We're here on day two, and we're going to be getting very creative this morning, and we invite you to join us. On our first panel, we have world-renowned and international chef based in Toronto, Canada, Noel Cunningham, and he will speak with our host, our consulting host, Sharanda Farrell. Stick and stay with us and enjoy the Peak Performance Summit today. Over now to Sharando and Noel.
Because apparently I'm still a boy, right? He keeps saying that he's still a child. I don't know who you're trying to fool. Not working with me, right? But Chef Noel, if I am to read your bio, we're going to be here for the rest of the morning. So I'm going to pick out a little piece of it. So Chef Noel is a Jamaican-Canadian multi-award-winning chef, television food expert, culinary podcaster, food writer, and best-selling cookbook author. I remember when he was editing that book, by the way, right? He's one of Jamaica's most celebrated chefs based in Toronto. And Noel's career spans working in notable hotels and restaurants in both Jamaica and Canada. Now, his expertise is backed by a recognition as a champion for brand Jamaica, because I know that wherever you go, whatever you do, you're always championing the cause of Jamaica. And it was championed in the Culinary Awards by the Prime Minister Youth Awards, and he was voted and awarded the best black chef in Canada by the By Blacks magazine People's Choice Awards in 2019 and 2020. Made it vote for you, yeah? Right. He also won Best Podcaster, Best Caterer, and Best Restaurant in 2021. Recently, he was recognized as one of Jamaica 60 Toronto's most influential and impactful next generation game changers. Go on, my friend. Chef Noel continues to elevate Caribbean cuisine onto the global stage with his debut best-selling cookbook, Cuisine by Noel, television appearances, and the popular Facebook Live cooking show, What's Cooking with Chef Noel. Good morning, Chef Noel. That is a lot. That is a lot. Welcome, welcome to our Peak Performance Summit. Thank you for taking the time to sit in to speak with us about your journey to peak performance, what it looks like for you, what it has looked like for you, and what it is we can expect from you in the future. Now, aside from everything that I've just read, I would love for you to share with us a little bit about your journey from around here, sir, to reach all the way to Canada at big restaurants and so now.
That is it. Alrighty, so thanks so much for having me, and I'm so honored to be in your presence as well. You know how much I love and adore you. Yes, so of course, without all those titles and accolades, I'm just Noel from Marvally, which I love and I always represent. Jennifer Wanson. And yeah, so from Marvally, you know, growing up around food and just being the only, you know, boy in the home, away from my cousins and stuff like that. Went to Marvally Primary, went to Edith Dalton James High School, which I selected Edith when I was doing GSAT, and when I passed for it, because I selected it because of a friend. I was crying because Edith and Pembroke at the time of war and never want, you know, but I wanted to go Edith because of a friend, and the friend didn't get to go to Edith, so I went to Edith. And I went and I majored in food and nutrition there. At the time, you know, 7th grade, 8th grade, in the 10th grade, we were supposed to choose our vocational area. So I was going through the list of all the, you know, the skills area, and I saw food and nutrition. Then I remember, you know, I saw the Food Network, and I saw Bobby Flay, Rachel Ray, Paula Dean, and all these people. And it came to me, oh, well, you can become a chef, you can teach food, you can own your restaurant, endless possibilities, right? I went and I saw plumbing, and I said, no, something like this, and every day somebody pipe up a bus. But people have to eat every day. Then I saw electrical, and I said, no, I'm afraid we get shock up. And then no, I'm like, no, that's not for me. Sewing, I said, no, I'm not being a tailor. You know, back to school pressure, and all you, so I'm not being a tailor. But, yes, man. But I didn't realize that you could become a fashion designer, and it's way bigger than what we just see it as. So I selected food and nutrition, and when I started, I was good at it. I was awarded twice as top performer in the class. And that's when I really realized, okay, Noel, this is for you. And I knew exactly I wanted to go to Runaway Bay Heart Hotel and Training Institute. That was my inspiration. So I never have any ambition for go UWU, Tech, Noel's, nowhere. Just Runaway Heart. I knew exactly what I wanted to do, and I just out the starting block and hit it.
All right, so the journey from Marvelly to Edith Dalton took you to the Heart Institute, where you studied. And how Canada got into the mix, though?
So after graduating from Runaway Heart, I did level 1. I started working in the industry, Edenism, and big up, Chef Mark Cole as well. He gave me my first kitchen job without any experience. And, it always played in my head when he's like, Noel, employee and all, the experience, and Chef Mark Cole gave me that opportunity. And not oftentimes we do that because, and it's so funny, I remember my first job after high school was Kingston Bookshop. I applied to like Island Grill, KFC. I just wanted some experience and I wouldn't get it. And then I applied now in the summer, got Kingston Bookshop, and then I was waiting on Runaway Heart. And then I got in a hotel, and even when Edenism closed down, Mark Cole took me to Breezes. And I'm forever grateful because sometimes people can see in you what you can't see in yourself, and I'm forever grateful to Mark Cole as well. And then while working there now, I got a call one day to come to Kingston to work, and I started working at Cafe Mantra in Barbican as a line cook. And then within a month, my boss said that you want to talk to me. I said, Lord God, me lose a word. I'm going to do me, I tell my mother, say, kind of me help with on the light and water, right? Yeah, man. So she said that she want to promote me to the head chef position, and if I'm ready, I'm like, I believe in always saying yes, and then I figure it out after. I'm not going to say no. I just want to say yes, and then I do the research on the job and figure it out and learn along the way. And I said yes, and then I got my break there, started being on different TV shows here in Jamaica, The Paper and all this stuff. It closed down, and for some reason, I just randomly reached in Canada. Yeah, just being curious, and being who I am. I went by the Ministry of Labor about some stuff. I saw this sign on the door say foreign work or something like that. So I pushed my head in and said, hey, no foreign work down here. And them say, yeah, we have fast food. And I'm like, fast food? I'm a big head chef, and what kind of fast food you talking about? Demotion, that man. Then a little voice said, but no, well, fast food at Canada and fast food at Jamaica are two different, different currency too, Exactly. So I went back and I said, what do I need to do? And they gave me a paper and said, do your resume. I went home and I did my resume. The next day someone called and asked for a detailed resume. I sent it in. Went away to New York, forget about it. I got a call for interview. And of course, them time where I used Skype, when Skype was prime time. And I put on a little shirt and, and do my interview, and I got through. My mindset was to go to Canada for like 2 years, work, and come back. And it just happened that I stayed there and got permanent resident citizen, went back to school, start my catering business, start my jerk marinade, write in my cookbook, and just keep baking it.
Wow, all right, so that's one heck of a journey, man. And I have to give you props for doing that the way you did it. You saw an opportunity and you dove in on the opportunity. You never make it slip you or miss you, because a lot of what happens to folks is there's an opportunity that presents itself, but then fear sets in. Fear sets in, and then when the fear sets in now, it messes up what could potentially be what you have become, because you did not allow fear to stop you from pushing your head through there. I mean, granted, you're curious and enough. I know what that feels like. Been there, done that, right? And then you got paid off. You were rewarded for that level of curiosity. So then, all right, so now we're in Canada, yes? And we have done the work, we've gotten our permanent residency, our citizenship and whatnot. But Noel, you own a restaurant.
Yeah.
In Canada?
Yeah.
How you move from working from fast food to owning a restaurant?
Well, it's just, sometimes I believe in following the path. So like this morning, for example, I saw this thing that says, we throw the dice, but God decide where it falls.
Amen.
And I believe sometimes we're too hard on ourselves and we try to set our own path and lean on our own understanding, and that's when we tend to fail. So for me, I try to allow myself to be open to the universe and to life and to what the Creator has for me, and stop setting all these goals. Sometimes goals are good, but use them as a guide. Because sometimes goal can be a block where that's it for you. You can't go through it.
Yes, yes, yes.
So
we don't learn how to pivot.
Pivot, that is
Right,
it.
yeah.
And to get to our peak, right?
Exactly.
So what I did, I wanted a spot where I can do some catering from. Then the pandemic hit. I got a call while I was here. I must say that, that Jamaica is a blessed rock.
Amen.
Every time I'm here, there's some good news. I'm going back to something bigger and better. So it's like I always come here and renew.
Right. And then,
Yeah.
and then when you go back now, you're dropping out
Yeah, man.
space.
Better space, bigger and better.
Yeah.
And I went back, and this opportunity opened up for the space, So it was like a shared kitchen, but it was trending in the pandemic. So you pay less rent, you share the space, and I was able to offer cuisine by Noel to all who wanted to try it and stuff, and and then August, September thereabout, I'm going back into a different space now, still bigger and better.
Pick up yourself, a friend, Wood. I love it.
And that's
I love it.
exclusive. This is exclusive.
Will you stop? Oh my gosh. That's really awesome. That's really awesome. So of course we are at the Peak Performance Summit.
Yeah.
And I've been following your journey for as long as we've known each other. And I've watched you move from peak to peak, Peak Performance obviously looks different for different people. And like you mentioned about setting the goals, but not allowing the goals to be an hindrance from you pivoting or deviating, if you will, to go to do something else. And so moving from one peak to another peak, how do you handle that mentally and physically, knowing the demands that it requires to elevate?
I think it starts in the mind, because even for me leaving Jamaica to Canada, I have no family there, no this, I didn't know where I'm going, and I was just open, right? So it starts in the mind, where you have to be open, and it's different for everyone, as you said. And why I'm focusing on the mind, because peak to you is different from peak to me. And sometimes we're on the peak and we don't even realize it, because one, we're hard on ourselves, we're ungrateful. And if you just have a grateful mind and you understand your journey from the valley, you must be able to identify when you're at the peak. And it doesn't matter if it's sports related, if it's in family, if it's in just us as a person. It can just be a state of mind from a lonely place or a sad place or a down place to just finding happiness. And happiness is different for everyone. Even our career, we have the book, we have the this, we have the that, but we're still not happy. We're still not grounded. We're still not grateful. So for me, it's from the mind, and I try to, just talk to myself all the time, even sometimes pinching myself, because it's so easy to move, just trying to move from one thing to the other. Today, for example, I'm an observer, and I just put it to one side because I'm focusing on Forbes or whatever. Be grounded, be centered, and that's the only way you can realize that you're on the peak.
So as an overachiever myself, I also had to sit back. I've had to sit back a few times, and even my children, they say to me, "Mommy, remember to celebrate your wins," because a lot of times we are so focused on that next thing, so we miss what's actually happening now. And there is a quote I saw somewhere on Instagram that says, "Don't forget where you are now is what you prayed for years ago." So it is supremely important to celebrate, and sometimes it's not even just about celebrating with somebody. You can just celebrate with yourself, drink a cup of tea, sit down in a space of gratitude and say thanks.
And I clap for myself, I celebrate myself in many different ways, because even now with social media, for example.
Oh boy, I was coming to that.
You can say you get featured in a Caribbean newspaper. It means the world to you. You post it on social media and you only get 5 likes. You feel sad, you're depressed. But if you have already celebrated, you're good.
And that is why you being mindful,
Mindful.
of what you're
Yeah.
doing and where you are,
Yeah.
because the truth is there's a lot of reasons why people don't celebrate you.
Oh,
People can't understand
Yeah.
your journey.
Yeah, them
They-
think you're enough, you're like you're
Yes.
special, you think you're better than
Yes.
people, and that's their mind. They already start sum you up. But then since of late, I started to understand that. You see, when you're walking in purpose, it's a rough journey. When you're walking in purpose, and you gotta expect the battles, you gotta expect the naysayers, you gotta expect this. You can't expect everyone to love you and celebrate you and lift you up. And you say, but I want me to do people.
You don't do them anything.
You don't have to do them nothing.
This is something I've come to realize.
Let your light
myself.
shine, man.
Exactly. Just do you.
Yeah.
Because the truth is, again, like you said, when you're walking in purpose, it is very, 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 very different.
Yeah.
So once you are clear that you are walking in purpose,
Yeah.
you focus on where you go.
You
Focus
focus,
on
yeah.
what you're doing. Because the flip side to that is there are so many people that you are influencing without even recognizing that you're
yeah.
influencing them. Somebody called me sometime ago. I
And you
can't remember
upset some as
exactly
well.
when. Yeah, man, but
You
the one
upset.
never get upset, them can go and vomit and come back. But somebody called me recently and they said to me, no, I went to the dentist. And the dental assistant, she said to me, she said, Sharon, though, you don't know what you do for me. I'm going to go, what, me? Me don't know this lady from Adams, you know. And I said, what you mean? She said, you know how much time me depressed? She said there was one time she was thinking about suicide.
Yeah.
And she watched something that I did online and it lift her out of that place there. You know, say a ball, me a ball, right? Because in my mind, I am just doing me. I am walking in my purpose. And so if we follow the naysayers, then we will get sidetracked. So back to being mindful, it is important to celebrate ourselves, yes? So tell me now.
And just a cut, you
Yeah.
know, one of the hardest things you can ever do in this life is be yourself.
Dude.
Because, you know, as you say that, even for me, I get messages daily. Chef Noel, I come to your Facebook every day just to laugh. You make me laugh, you make my day. Today's my birthday, I have no money. And, you know, you make my day. And sometimes people wonder, but Noel, why you put on Facebook so much? Why you post? And I would always say, you know, I'm a vessel. And I keep on saying that and people laugh at me when I keep on saying I'm a vessel. Because sometimes it's not about us. And you don't even understand the lives that you're touching. And sometimes you have to remove self from it and just do the work.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. So there is a persona that you have online, and I'm very drawn to it because I think you're hilarious, right? There's a lot of people who would see you in person and have no clue that this person, other person,
Is that person.
Exactly. So you are funny. Have you ever considered doing stand-up comedy?
Oh, yes. So so growing up, I used to watch a lot of plays, right? And I could watch a play now and I could recite every one line in it.
Wow.
I'm that good. And I was always a chatterbox in the class. So when I get my report, Noel, you know, he do his work, but whatever, he should consider a career in media, whatever. I
Or
come
he
to class with the
talks too
news,
much.
talks too
Yes.
much. But look at me now.
That's
Look
right.
at me now. When them used to like, and then now, I was, when I went to Edith Elton James, I was in the music department playing drum and stuff. Then I was the president of the drama club at Brunei Bay Hart. I used to even write plays. And then it's natural. My mom she has a dry humor, and my dad has this. My dad is very funny. Just like my dad.
Wow.
You know, quick, this, that. So
You're
I get
hilarious.
best of
Mr.
both
Noel.
worlds. People say, no, what do you think of that? I'm like, I
Lord.
don't need to think of it.
Yes. So
And that's why I get in trouble, because I don't think. I need to
you
start
just
thinking.
let it, nah, not really. So for those folks who are watching who don't know how to find you on social media, those who need a proper release, just tell them your tags.
So I am Chef Noel, if you're looking for the professional chef. But then Noel Cunningham is our little secret page where we give trouble there.
Yes.
And what you see there, let it stay there.
I have a special place called Lane Mode.
Lane Mode, yeah, big up Lane Mode.
Okay.
I love Lane Mode, yeah.
I love Lane Mode too, but when I come over there, I don't really comment, you know?
I know.
I just look and laugh, you know?
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So, Noel, you've had to do quite a bit of pivoting in your
Yeah. Oh,
career.
yeah.
I'm curious as to what does peak performance look like for you?
So peak performance for me is definitely just keep on going. It's an experience, And oftentimes experience don't last forever. So you want to keep going, and because you can be at the peak and you get stuck. But guess what? There's always further to go. There's more, and that's why we also got to pivot. And sometimes the plan that we have or the journey that we think that we're on, we have to make some changes. And I'm sure the pandemic taught us all that.
Oh, yes.
That word trend, pivoting, but we're all naturally pivoting.
Without thinking about it.
Without thinking about it. And I've pivoted in many areas of my life. In many, just leaving Jamaica alone, just doing this, just doing that. And go back to what I said earlier about the mind. So that's what it looks like for me. It's an experience, it's a journey, and it's not a destination.
So for folks who are watching,
Yeah.
who don't necessarily have a sense of themselves
Yeah.
even, and they want to know how they can achieve their peak performance, whether it is, again, physically, emotionally,
Yeah.
spiritually, whatever it is, how would you guide them to getting there based on your own life experiences?
We need to surround ourselves with the right people. And that might be hard as well. Like, how do we know the right people? Energy never lies. And also, the right people come at the right time. And you have to also understand that not everyone will continue on your journey with you. Everyone serves a purpose and a season. And we need to understand that there's a time and season for everything. And, even a person like you who I can call and I say, so-and-so, this opportunity came up, this, that. You're like a point of light, a guide. And that's your purpose. Persons like my good friend Carol, who at first was trying to, control me a bit. And she's like, this boy's a risk. I need to get him in, I need to wheel him in a bit because he might get in trouble until she realized, what? She said, what?
She try to control you too?
She said, what? Just let him be because, him young. He will figure it out and he will behave himself. And I appreciate a person like her who, because she understands me. She started to, and know, look, this is me. And I try to be me. I don't want to be nobody else, and I'm not trying to be this great professional chef. I want people to understand that you can also do great things and still be yourself. You can, as long as you don't harm anyone, hurt anyone, or you might upset some people, but sure.
Yeah,
You always upset people.
Remember we said who have upset stomach can go vomit or do
Yeah,
some
you
anger.
always upset
Right.
people. So I just try to be me, and who's for me will stay. Who's not for me will go.
All right, I love that. I love
Yeah.
that. Okay, so in your cooking,
Yeah.
your chefing, if you will, there is something that I've noticed that you take the Jamaican experience, the
Yeah.
Jamaican cuisine, the Jamaican loves as it relates to food, and you add, I don't know if this is the right word, kind of a
fusion,
global twist
Yeah.
to it. So, so is there a term for it, like fusion or something?
Fusion, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell us, I'm going to talk about your book
Yeah.
in a minute because I know they soon tell us to wrap. But before we get there, I want to understand, why do you think it is important to have the base of the Jamaican cuisine
Yeah.
and then add a global flair to
Yeah.
it?
Well, for me, I'm easily bored, and of course, I like changes. And food is a global language that we all speak, and it no common ground. And food being, fusion is a term that we start to use lately, but it's been around from ever, like forever. Just for example, the ackee and saltfish, the ackee came from Ghana, and the codfish is from Newfoundland. So they will be trading rum barrels and rum with the with Newfoundlanders, what they call them, with and then they would send them the codfish. So we've been fusing a long
Long time ago, before the word became a thing.
Yeah, before it became a thing, and then now we also. Then food now, the jerk, it's from also, Africa, the technique, Indian. So the people who came to the island brought their own food. So when you look on food itself, to say what is Jamaican cuisine really? What is Jamaican food? It's a melting pot. It's a melting pot of different cultures. So it's not new. It's not new. So what we do now, we just modernize it with maybe a French technique or, just fusing multiple cultures together. But fusion is not anything new. And
But why do you think it's important, though,
Yeah.
to have the fusion?
so the fusion, it create interest, and it it stirred the pots a bit. It stirred the pots a bit, and it
Stir
just
the pots, I like that.
yeah, it stirred the pot a bit, and it just bring some, as I said, interest.
So
Yeah.
what has the demand been for your style of cooking
Yeah.
in Canada, in Jamaica, and when
Yeah.
you travel with it?
So early on in my career, I realized that as a chef, you must have a culinary point of view, and
That's
so
clarity.
that's clarity. And once you have that point of view, you know exactly what you're doing, what you're about. It's like some people, you can't place them, right? Like, what do I do with you? Where do you go? So for Chef Noel, you know that, okay, Chef Noel is going to make a oxtail poutine. So oxtail, Jamaicans will love oxtail. We braise it differently. But poutine is a Canadian staple. A jerk chicken poutine. And of course, Jamaica is a brand itself. So once you add that Jamaican touch to it, to the world, it's sell off.
Of course.
Yeah, so I knew that, and I was in Winnipeg, Manitoba, right, when I leave Jamaica, which there wasn't much Jamaican there. So I wanted to introduce that Jamaican-ness to them.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah.
And I know that you've been on pretty much every morning show
Yeah.
in Toronto. I've seen you on all of them. And what has the feedback been like communicating with folks who are not from the Caribbean
Yeah.
in terms of them showing interest in your style of cooking?
That's a good one. So like, persons are traveling more now. And also, every time you meet someone, they tell you about Jamaica, their time in Jamaica, when they went to Jamaica. They talk about the ackee and saltfish, the jerk chicken. Away from this one time, someone asked me, if I know Dodos. I know of him. I know of him. I heard about him.
Yeah, for the record, we all don't know each other, okay? Every Jamaican doesn't know every Jamaican, just so we're clear.
But
Yes.
one thing I'll tell them that is like Bob and I, we're related.
Yeah, we heard
From
that.
Yeah, from St. Anne, we're coming from the cold.
Right. So,
Yeah.
so YG,
Bob, I'll
YG
claim.
your nephew?
Yeah.
Yeah, man,
Yeah, man,
amen.
definitely. But they love the culture so much, and it's not hard, and even if you never visit Jamaica before, or even the Caribbean, you love it. It's warm, and there's so many Canadians who just wish they were Jamaican. They will tell you that.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's so many people all over the world.
And
who wish
often,
they were
for us too,
Jamaican.
our next thing, and this is our next conversation where a lot of our chefs try to do French and Italian and this, because we were taught that our food is ugly.
Wow.
Our food is not enough. Our food can't take center stage.
Wow.
So if we go to a certain hotel and we have ackee and saltfish, or a certain food, it's not good. We're expecting omelette station, we're expecting this, because that's what they put on us. Our food is not enough.
Yeah, that's their global
Yeah.
thing. Again, food is culture. And so
Yeah.
they're speaking from their cultural perspective. So it's important that we do have cultural ambassadors like you
Yeah, to push
maintain.
and push, yeah,
man,
push the
absolutely.
boundaries,
So
yeah.
let's talk a little bit about Cuisine by Noel, a culinary journey through recipes and stories. I know we don't have a lot of time, but in this book, it's not just about giving recipes. It's also about stories.
Stories, yeah.
So tell me a bit about why is it you didn't just do a regular cookbook?
Yeah. So for this book, I was at a certain peak
Lovely.
in my career.
Yes.
And when I was in, long story short, I was going to Edith Dalton James, and I was inspired in like creative cooking, watching and stuff like that. I used to write down recipes a lot. So I had this book, I used to write down recipe, I'm going to do a cookbook. I was in food and nutrition class. Little did I know that I wanted more time, more experience, and money and all these stuff. But you know what happened? I planted that seed. And when I planted that seed, little did I know that many years later, this was going to bear fruit. So sometimes just saying things, you just never know.
And writing it down.
And
too.
writing it down and put it. And many years later, I found that book. Because I keep stuff. I keep stuff. I'm just like that.
Wow.
And I found that book and I'm like, whoa, look at this, look at this. And the idea came back to do my book, and I was going to title it A Culinary Journey Through Recipes and Stories, because I wanted to share my culinary journey and the stories. Just like we're talking about journey and the valley and peak, and when you get
Right.
there, and how do you know that you're there?
Right.
So I started writing a book, and I'm like, just doing a recipe book is boring. We can go to Google and find just about any recipes. So a lot of people ask, how did you become a chef? When did you become a chef? So I wanted to do this book to inspire the uninspired. And I want, people like you who can cook.
What where you going? Where you know about me? Oh, you don't want nothing about me now, well. Oh.
And then I also wanted to inspire also, high schoolers, kids. So that's why I put the stories and my journey from my mom kitchen. And it started when I got inspired in my mom's kitchen to basically, just being a little boy, just a baby, my story, my journey. And this book was celebrating my 10 years as well in culinary. Back in 2019.
Wow. All right, listen. So, folks, if you've not yet bought this book, I'm going to encourage you to get it. It's on Amazon.
Amazon,
right?
yeah.
Right.
Fontana Pharmacy,
Right.
Barbican, yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
at the airport. It's global. It's at the airport as well.
All right, my friend.
Yeah,
we go
yeah,
global.
yeah,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
go on,
Books and
sir.
CDs.
Yeah. Right. So you can get that. And there's also your podcast.
Your podcast, What's Cooking with Chef Noel. We talk about food, culture, health, wealth, nutrition, and everything in between. As long as it's food related, it's there.
All right. Noel, thank you so much for sitting down.
Yeah.
This is a special fireside chat.
I know,
See
right?
what I did there?
It's hot.
Oh my gosh. and we were literally mixing the pot.
I know, right?
Right. All right. So thank you so much for being with us, for sharing a part of your story, because we can
Thanks.
never capture everything that you are in 30
Yeah.
minutes. But if you want to know more about Chef Noel, of course, you can buy his book, Cuisine by Noel. That's available on Amazon, Fontana, and where else?
And books and CDs at the airport for all the travelers going through.
Lovely,
Yeah.
lovely. And you can find him online at Chef Noel.
At I Am Chef Noel
At
on
I Am
Facebook,
Chef Noel,
Instagram,
right.
and the works.
And
yeah.
that's if you want the professional chef. If,
Yeah.
however, you would like the comedian who really does make you laugh, what's the hashtag for that?
Noel,
Or-
just Noel Cunningham. Just Noel
Noel
Cunningham.
Cunningham.
Yeah.
All right, lovely. All right, thanks again, Noel. And
Thanks.
remember, we are here at the Peak Performance Summit. This is day 2, and we're going to take a short break. And then when we come back, we dive into a panel discussion. And we are going to be talking about identity and culture in peak performance. Of course, our general focus is on peak performance. And this summit is brought to you by Pivot. My name is Sharanda Farrell. I get to guide you through these proceedings for the rest of the day. So stay right there. I'll see you soon. Welcome back to Pivot Summit on Peak Performance. My name is Sharanda Farrell. I'm your moderator, your guide, your leader, if you will, on this journey through peak performance. It's a 2-day summit. Yesterday we had amazing speakers. There's so many things, so many takeaways from yesterday, but I'll share more of that with you a little later on during the day. But for now, I'm bringing you a panel that I'm sure is going to drop some major nuggets on all of us, on each other, on you, and on me as well, because I have a very, very esteemed panel. And we're going to be talking about identity and culture in peak performance. When you think about who you are, it's your identity. When you think about your culture, it's you being a part of something that's bigger than you, but it's still you playing your part in that space and honing and embracing your culture and still maintaining a certain level of individuality, if you will, within that space. We just spoke with Noel, who he has been able to maintain his identity while taking his culture with him across the globe and still using Jamaican cuisine as the base, if you will, and adding a fusion to it to give it a more global flair. So that's him maintaining his identity and his culture and having his peak performance. So now I'm going to have my guests introduce themselves, and I'll start with Dr. Caldwell.
Well, first, it's an honor to be here with these celebrities and a celebrity hostess. I'm the president of Centenary University. I'm the pastor of Covenant United Methodist Church in Plainfield, New Jersey. Centenary's in Hackettstown, New Jersey. But this is really a powerful panel because we are the first university working with a gentleman by the name of Rod Hairston to develop something called the Identity Learning System. So we have some short courses, 30, 45-day courses, that help people develop their identity, which is the foundation of success. So I'm looking forward to getting more into it.
I'm Dennis Howard. I'm a lecturer here at the University of the West Indies, in charge of a program called the Entertainment and Cultural Enterprise Management Program, which is basically an entertainment management degree program, but it has a fancy name. I'm also a Growth Wheel business advisor and the managing director of the Institute of Cultural Policy and Innovation.
Hi, I'm Richard Inarity. Most people would know me, well, here in Jamaica as DJ Narity, radio, event, sports DJ. Yeah.
We'll start there.
I'm Albin Henry. I'm the CEO of Albin Group and the Chief Commercial Officer of Dunby Holden Football Club.
So I'll start with you, Albin, because the name of your company is Albin what?
Albin Group.
Albin Group. So why did you choose to name give your company your name?
Right. So it's actually a family name. So my grandfather's middle name is Albin. My father's middle name is Albin. And my great-grandfather's middle name is Albin. So it's a family background. So to build generational wealth, so, just like Lasco or Seprod, to have a brand on its own.
How do you connect that, though, to your personal identity?
Well, a brand starts with family basis. So everybody needs to trust. They need to ensure that everybody is in fact growing together, because when you have staff or when you have employees, every day isn't sunshine like it's raining today. So some days it's going to be raining. So we have to gather up and ensure that everybody is together to fight the fight and to get the job done.
Dr. Caldwell, you said that you at Centenary University you have an actual course on identity. How did they go about creating that course? What are some of the things they took into consideration?
Well, actually, we have a series of courses. We have about 15 different courses. And working with a gentleman, Rod Hairston, who happens to be African-American, he worked with Tony Robbins, the international speaker. And Tony does a great job of motivating people in the minute. He said, well, we want to do something a little more sustainable. So he did this for clients. And so what it's all about is, the example is, if somebody wins the lottery, they win $1 million in the lottery, many of them go bankrupt because they don't have the identity as a millionaire. So that's the foundation. So we do it for college students. You're not going to be a successful college student if you don't develop your identity as a successful college student. We do it for sales. If you're in sales, you have to identify as a successful salesperson. So part of it is really looking internally. We like to say we teach from the inside out, rather than most educations from the outside in. And it really starts with you really being honest about yourself. And some of the things I said in the opening keynote is really focusing, what am I about, where do I want to go, and how do I get the most out of myself for peak performance?
Great. So, Narity, I'm curious, how did you determine what your brand would be? Why is it Narity? How did you use your identity to exist in a culture where there's so many DJs and so many of them play well and you know, them bust before you?
Well, the thing about it is I learned that everybody has access to the music. A lot of people take their time, they spend their time, they hone their craft in how to mix music and so on. But what I decided to do was to find a way that would allow me to put the personality and the person behind it out as well. Whereas there are thousands of DJs who are out who can play better than I can. But at the same time, decency, professionalism, adhering to different, you know, for example, dress codes, different things that can help me to stand out or work with different groups. So I think that's more along the lines of just putting more of the person as well as the music together instead of just going there and playing music, stand up in the corner and just there. Just be like.
So how do you transition from being the disc jock on Fame FM to then going to play at a corporate function like for Sagicor, for example?
Well, it depends on the event, of course, because sometimes, you know, Sagicor, some events have different requirements. But in terms of just having a general idea of what the event is, what they're looking for, and in general, just general decency, you know, I would know that there are certain aspects of music that I wouldn't go to a corporate event to play, even just by being around people. You know, you understand that there are certain things that they're not gonna fly, you know. Yeah.
Yeah? All right, so Dennis, this one is for you. You've been involved in media entertainment for a number of years. How have you been able to differentiate yourself from whatever else has been happening in the landscape?
Just the first thing is to understand who you are and to develop the confidence to project and be comfortable in who you are. Don't try to be somebody you're not. Don't look at what is happening elsewhere and model exactly, because you can have influences, but you have to be comfortable in terms of who you are. You have to be comfortable and have a background and a passion for what you are doing. If you don't know what you're doing, don't come out. So it means consistency, it means discipline, understanding, doing the work for whatever. I love music. I don't just love music. I put in the work to know about music. I've been researching music for all my life. I've been reading liner notes on albums. I've been reading credits on CDs. I've been reading a lot of magazines. I've been reading a lot of books. So you put in your 10,000 hours and be confident and understand who you are. You can't present somebody that you're not. And as Doc just said, it is identifying who you are and presenting that with confidence and professionalism.
So I've noticed that you've each spoken and you are each clear on who you are. What about the individual who is still trying to figure out who they are? How do you get to that place of recognizing, okay, either this is who I am or this is who I would like to be? How do we move from to, okay, I'm now stable and steady?
It's an ongoing process because we're still discovering who we are. Because as time goes on, things change, circumstances change, you are older, you know, you can't jump up on the stage like you used to do.
Tell me about it. These are not what they used to
5 years ago,
yes.
You know, and you're a little wiser, hopefully. You're more educated, hopefully. And so it's an ongoing process. And the difference is that you have to have consistency and you have to have discipline. You cannot be comfortable to say, hey, I'm an expert. I know what I'm doing. I'm famous. So you stop doing the work. It has to be consistency, and you are always evolving. So once you don't identify that you should be evolving, you're going to be in problems.
So there's a constant need for evolution. There's a constant need for always putting in more work. Never stop learning, because when you stop learning, you stop growing. Yes? Go ahead, Dr. Caldwell. You're going to say something.
Well, a couple things. I don't know. You were going to say something. I don't want to get too deep into the learning, but no matter what you learn, there are 4 steps. One is to be unconsciously incompetent. If you're learning to play tennis, you get out there, you're hitting the ball over the fence, you don't know how bad you are. You take a lesson, you become consciously competent. And the reason that's important, and with the identity learning system that really Rod developed, is that's when people give up. Because they say, I'm excited, I'm going to be a DJ, I'm going to do this. And then they start to do that. There are 1,000 DJs. This is hard.
Yes.
And a lot of people give up. And so part of the trick for this identity is to recognize it's going to be hard. And then you go to conscious competence, where you have to think about how to hit a tennis ball. But then it's unconscious competence, which is what you're doing. You don't think about that stuff. You're thinking about strategy. So as you go through this process, where people mess up is they give up. They say, oh, this is too hard. So if you anticipate that it's going to be hard, then you can break through it.
Yeah, that's just like football. Like, for example, because at Dunby Holding Football Club, so a lot of the players, they want to go pro, they want to leave Jamaica to play at their best, you know? Everybody wants to go to Chelsea or Manchester United, but, you know, I mean, it's hard, as he said. So it's about the emotional fitness and the mental fitness.
So I like what you said, that all of the footballers want to go to Chelsea, for argument's sake.
That's their dream.
Okay, so I don't know about football, so pardon my ignorance, right? But if that is the peak and that is where everybody is, you know, aiming to go, when does a player have to say to himself, I ain't gonna make it to Chelsea, you know, you understand? So maybe that isn't where I'm to be. Maybe I need to pivot and do something else, or aim for another club, or go play tennis, or I don't know, go drive Uber, whatever. When do you believe, as you guys are where you are, when do you believe an individual should get to the point where they know, okay, maybe the dream that I have, or the vision or the hope isn't happening. I can find my peak performance elsewhere if I pivot. When? Where? Tell me.
Okay, well, I would say that everybody's peak performance is different. So it's just based on their ability and at the level that they want to play at. So you have the MLS level, you have the Spanish level, and then you have the English level. And then after that, in Jamaica, you have the JPL level. So everybody's still a professional footballer. So they're each at their peaks. But at the end of the day, it's just the mindset, because everybody, they can't be bullied, right? And going to training is bullying. I mean, it's very, very, very hard for a player who doesn't really have the funding to be a student athlete and then push themselves to reach training to have trials to make the professional team.
So I'm curious about this, and anybody can take this question, right? So we've been talking about identity. So let's say we now figure out, at least on a certain level, who we are. Now, culture is bigger than individual identity. How do we attach our identity to our culture and not lose our identity? That's for anybody. Narrative go,
That one is very interesting, because at the same time, the ego is a hell of a thing. And I might say to myself, I want to be the greatest DJ in the world. With ego, I'm like, yo, yeah man, nobody can tell me nothing. But to be realistic, the best thing for me would not be even playing music. It might be another different calling, whether producing something else within the music. Or, as you said, driving an Uber, doing something else. At some point, I find that a lot of people end up having almost a reality check. So if they say, yo, boy, when I get no call from any big promoters or anything like that, boy, the music thing, I don't know, they might fight me.
Yes, that's the go-to.
Yeah, well, could be to them, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, bad mind, and all. So it comes back to the ego side of it, where maybe you just haven't, maybe it's not your time yet, maybe you're not ready to do it in Jamaica. Because a lot of times with the professions, you kind of pigeonhole a certain thing and say, this is what I want to do. But then, as you mentioned, for example, with the different leagues, you can go and make a successful career in so many different areas worldwide. You don't have to be in the ones that you know about, that you see all over the place. And you still earn a living, you're still doing what you love, and you're making an impact.
James Carville once said, it's the economy, stupid. And I am here to say, no, James, it is the culture, jackass. Because everything is all about culture, and culture is the main determinant of how a society moves. And this is one of the problems that we have as a small developing country.
If you don't mind, Dennis, could you just tell us what your view of culture is first, and then continue?
All right, so culture is basically everything about somebody's existence. Culture is your everyday life. Culture is how we sleep, eat, how we interact, how the myths about our society, the superstition of our societies, the traditions of our society, and every culture is different. And there is microculture within even every society. When you go down to Westmoreland, it's a different culture from Clarendon, and a different culture from Kingston.
Yeah.
When kids come from the various rural parishes and come on campus, it's a culture shock for a lot of them. You know, they can't understand. So you must understand that culture is very dynamic. And sometimes what we do is to prescribe, solutions to everything in our life. And the only thing that we leave out of all of these prescriptions and solutions is the culture. And so I can't see us even separating our individuality from our culture, because everything is all about culture. When we speak, like a lot of us will say that we are English speakers, and I will be in an environment that I think that I'm very eloquent in my English language, and nobody understands what I'm saying because of the cultural nuances.
Absolutely.
Similarly, I'll hear some Australians and they'll be speaking English, and I can't understand what they are saying at particular points in the conversation because they have deviated into some cultural kind of expression that I don't understand. And so it is very important for us to understand that identity, culture is essential to peak performance and consistency and discipline. Another thing too, we love to talk about in terms of our cultural perception that Jamaicans are lazy and are indisciplined. And I think that's an over-exaggeration, because no country with under 3 million persons in it, and probably about 1.5 million outside, and we are so exceptional at what we do. Because if it be politics, science and technology, academia, sports, food, entertainment, everything, we have an icon for almost every area of endeavor in this world for such a small country. There has to be some level of cultural significance as to why we are how we are. There has to be some level of thinking bigger than that, dreaming big. As he just said, every footballer wants to play for Chelsea, but the reality is, as Narity said, sometimes that's not what your dream is supposed to be. But that don't mean so because you want to play for Chelsea and that's unattainable, that you won't be fulfilled in whatever station you reach. It's just that you have to be consistent, and you have to continue. As Doc just said, sometimes some people, they give up. And you cannot give up. Until you have the last breath, you cannot give up.
Yeah, it dies when you're dead.
I just wanted to add to that. So as I said yesterday, intercultural skills is actually the most important because AI is taking care of a lot of the technology stuff. You don't have to be a technical expert, but you've got to work with different people. But you have to understand culture is very different. In America, the Jamaicans are the hardest working black people.
Listen.
Right? And so you look at yourself as lazy, but we look at you as, you know, the show, the Hey Mom, you have 10 jobs. And so we have to do that. The other thing is, we need to understand how to learn and research, because right now you have, as those of us who've been around a while, the internet is amazing. You can research people. So if you're looking for identity, you want to be in Chelsea, you have to see how hard it works. There's a story about someone who was a roommate with Kobe Bryant. And he wanted to be a star basketball player, but he saw how hard Kobe worked. He went there in the gym every minute of the day, except sleeping for 5 hours. He said, I don't want to work that hard. That's not me. I may want to be a coach. So you have to be honest, but you also have to look at role models. Go online, look at the DJs, look at the football players, look at the people who are reporters, who are actors, who are actresses, you know, and so, but we don't do that research. We look at the end product. So-and-so, Michael Jordan's the greatest of all time. We don't know how obsessed he was with being perfect. So we need to really look at ourselves and be very, very hard at what it takes to be successful.
How easy is it to lose your identity and your culture, we're attaching them now, when you have to exist in a space that's different from where you come from?
I know of cases where it's very easy to do that, where especially if you don't have the strong mindset to stick to what you are about, because some people will say different things and say, but I'm in this environment now, and this is what these people are doing in order to succeed. Maybe if I do it that way, I'll succeed, but also I will lose some degree of my identity. Or do I try it my way and see what happens? But then you don't want to fail. But sometimes you have to try something. And if you fail, you fail. And if you succeed, you succeed.
I want the rest of you to respond. I'm just going to add a personal story to this. I lived and I taught in LA for a number of years. And as an actress, naturally, I'm there, so I'm going to be going on auditions. And that was never a fear of mine, because I'd reached the pinnacle of my peak performance as an actress in Jamaica before I left here. So, you know, it was just another step. But I realized that when I went there, they weren't writing roles for Jamaicans or for anybody with a Jamaican accent. And so naturally I had to change my accent if I wanted to get a job or whatever it was that I was looking for, right? And so there was a strong sense of losing my Jamaicanness. And it bothered me, you know, because a part of what makes me as awesome as I am, and I will say that without blushing, is my Jamaicanness. I've discovered and determined that my identity is rooted in my culture, which is Jamaican, how we eat, how we sleep, how we talk, you know, how we can code switch so comfortably. And I'm sure Dr. Caldwell is understanding everything that I'm saying, even though I'm jumping from a Jamaican accent and then speaking English. And so it was a bother for me when I realized I was losing myself. And so what I did was I created products for myself. And so I genuinely believe that when you step in a space outside of your natural milieu and you feel like, boy, may I lose who me is, sometimes your purpose ends up being that what you need to do is create something that doesn't exist. Because when you do that, you now create a space for others like you to step into that space more comfortably. Yeah?
Let me jump in real quick, because as you mentioned, even if, for example, in terms of the DJing and so on, a lot of people have a certain mindset or stigma of DJs. You're just decent. You're not a DJ. You know, they always have it that DJs either, you know, they don't dress well, or they can't think. They have no sense.
Yes.
They always give trouble. You know, different things. But when you see someone, you know, I look up to other DJs who are able to be in different spaces and still maintain themselves, you know. Have their identity, but at the same time, they can adapt different aspects of things. Because no matter where I will go, I will make sure I will try and play music that is representative of my culture as well. Because I was actually born in England, but we moved out here. So I've been in Jamaica.
So where's
most
your
of the-
accent, dude?
When I get to immigration, it comes on.
Necessity, right?
Yeah, you know? So, but I mean, it comes out sometimes, but I can't just like, as you would code switch like that.
This is the actress, don't worry about it, yes.
So I mean, for example, I went to Brazil with the Olympic team as a DJ for Jamaica House. And people were coming up to me who were patrons, and they're like, you know, with Brazil, they're using Google Translate. And they're telling me about songs that they want to hear.
Wow.
And in my mind, I'm like, how do I tell this person I don't have this reggae song? Because, and it's some foundation reggae, you know. So I'm like some Max Romeo and them people, you know. So I'm like, yeah man, soon look for it. In my mind, I'm like, where am I going to find this song right now? And other times I will go to other places and they're asking for classical music, different things. But then at the same time, I would still try and find a way to infuse some Jamaicaness into it. So I'll probably try and find even like Chalice, some, you know, the reggae orchestra, do different things like that. And then they'll be like, wow, what song is that? And you tell them it's a Jamaican song.
And then they get exposed to another aspect, yes.
Yeah, man. So if you still add in a little bit of the identity in other thing, and you know, then,
you gentlemen wanted to tackle that question?
Our Jamaicanness is a unique entity in this world. Just look on TikTok and you'll see the kind of reception that Jamaican identity gets. People just being themselves. They're not putting on, they're just being their authentic self. And it's something that we need to package.
Yes.
It's an amazing situation where a culture, the personality that it evokes is captivating the world. And it has been doing that for a very long time, long before TikTok. You know, when you look at spaces like New York, London, Birmingham, a lot of what is mainstream culture in these places is directly coming from Jamaican culture. We went to New York and turned New York on its head. We introduced Clarks, we introduced them to products that came from their spaces. When we started to wear Kangal hats, when we used to wear Travel Fox shoes, or back in the day it was Fila and all of them stuff there. One time, if you never had a Maxima, a Nissan Maxima in Brooklyn, Bronx, or Queens, not now going for you. These are Jamaican influences, you know? So I think that it is tragic that we are still not embracing our culture in the way that we should. We're still not endorsing it financially, supporting it, cultivating it in the way that we should, that we can maximize and get peak performances from what we're doing. There's too much unprofessionalism among footballers, too much unprofessionalism among DJs, among academics, among actresses, entertainment people, among politicians, that we need to get rid of, because potentially we can be one of the spaces in the world that continues to impact the world. And another thing, because I don't want to leave out Doc, the collaboration between Jamaicans and people in the United States, whether it be diaspora people or even Americans, has to continue, because there's some, and grow, because there's so much connection to what we do. There's, in terms of the black population, but in the two spaces, there's so much similarities. You know, we see it coming out in TikTok in terms of we can relate to some of the idiosyncrasies of Black America and vice versa. So these are networks that need to be, you know, built on.
And so one of the things that I admire, and I say this a lot in the United States, of folks from Jamaica, is that we don't, that as a multi-generational African American, you've seen black people do everything. Don't take that for granted, because I went to Princeton and Wharton. I've never seen a black president of a bank. There are things that even successful blacks in America don't even know that we can do, but you've seen everything. So we need your leadership. We need your confidence. And so there are levels to identity. There's levels to culture. There's the Jamaican identity, but there's also the black culture. And one of the things I like about TikTok, there's some nonsense on there, but it talks about the true history. And the reason America's talking about banning it, it's talking about some true history, some things that blacks and others have done that people, the majority, doesn't want you to know. And that we need to begin, this is our time to band together economically, financially, entertainment-wise, instead of trying to be the best of us. And that's what's been done. So I want to be the best DJ, so the white people accept me. I want to be the best this, so I'm accepted. I want to be the best this, so I'm accepted. We need to, as a community, as a collaboration, maintain the Jamaican identity, maintain the African-American identity, but to come together around opportunities that have presented themselves in ways because of technology never before. This is our time to do things to help the world.
So would this then be an opportunity to create a different kind of identity within a different kind of culture?
Absolutely.
And how do we go about doing that if one of our challenge is to own our own Jamaican identity and culture? What's the answer to that?
Well, I'll say it as an African-American, to celebrate. I love the Jamaican culture, love the Jamaican food, sometimes a little too spicy, but I'm getting used to it. And that's why you don't lose. See, oftentimes we're told you're either Jamaican or you're an African-American.
Right.
The majority has done a great job of separating us. We have to come together and embrace both. Soul food in America, Jamaican jerk chicken, they're beautiful. And let's celebrate both. It's not either or, and sometimes we get into that. And so I think this kind of forum helps us reach peak performance, not just as individuals, but as a community of black people around the world. And I think that's critically important now.
Okay, and I'm happy that you're in this space and we're having this conversation, because it is these conversations that will ultimately lead to the collaborations that will help us to be in that space that we need to be. So I think we have about 2 minutes to go. So very quickly, to pull us right back to our summit topic, what does peak performance for you as an individual within your own identity, what does it look like and feel like for you, so that folks watching can pull something from that to help to define themselves?
Confidence, discipline, consistency, fear, a lack of fear for failure. Failure is the playground for success. Jump in.
Wow. I love that. I love it.
I would add, as a college president, it's really the platform that I have is to connect, to do exactly this, to really bring people together, to use my platform from different industries to have that commonality. And that, for me, is peak performance, that because I'm where I am, the world will be a little different. That is what I'm really challenging myself to do.
For me, I would say, as Doc said, in terms of confidence, also being happy with yourself, because you can be doing the greatest things in the world and you're not happy. But once you know what you're doing and you know you're enjoying it, I don't have to be the best DJ, but I enjoy what I do. Just knowing what you want out of life, knowing what you want to contribute to the world, and as corny as it may sound, having some clarity about what you're about. For putting the brand to you.
Clarity with narrative.
There we go.
Don't know.
Exactly.
Lastly, just determination. Right, because a lot of people hate failing, but you have to fail and fail and fail. You have to fail your way to success. You have to fail your way to success, because all of the footballers, like, they don't understand one another at first. But they have to train together. They have to fail together on the pitch to make it right on the big games.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I'll just add to that, that for me, confidence is supremely important. Belief in self goes beyond anything else. And a clarity on purpose. If you have direction, you have a destination, it gives you direction. but at the same time having the ability to pivot. Because in the middle of everything, you may think that, okay, at this I want to go, but something may happen and you have to turn a little corner, take a different route, and ultimately you get to where you're getting to, and recognizing that we are literally here to serve each other. It's easy to think of ourselves as individuals and it's all about me and what I can get and what I can do. And I've come to realize, yes, teamwork in sport, yes, and also in filmmaking. I've come to realize that when I spend more time focusing on what I can do to help, to build somebody else up, to create a space where other people can function, exist, and flourish, then I get so much farther than aiming to just focus on how I can build myself. Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for this amazing panel. I want to say a special thanks to our sponsor, Pure Country Juice. They've been giving us awesome, they've been lavishing us rather with some great refreshments. And thank you for tuning in, and we're going to take a short break again and come right back to the Pivot Peak Performance Summit. I'm Sharanda Farrell, I'm your moderator, and I've been given the task and the pleasure of sitting with you throughout today and yesterday, so I will see you soon. Welcome back to Pivot's Peak Performance Summit, a two-day event that is helping us to have a better understanding of how we can get to our level of peak performance, recognizing if we're already there, how to embrace it, how to show gratitude for being there, how to love ourselves and celebrate ourselves and just be the best that we can be. So far this morning, we've spoken with Chef Noel Cunningham about cuisine and performance, and we've seen him at his best, and he shared with us how he has gone through a myriad of pivoting, positioning and times in his life, and how it has only served to help him to get to where he is now at his peak performance. And then we spoke to an amazing panel, having Dr. Dale Caldwell, Dr. Dennis Howard, DJ Narity, and Auburn Henry, along with myself. We spoke about culture and identity in peak performance, taking us across the globe and talking a lot about our personal experiences and how we can then use that to help each other, and of course you looking in to identify who we are, where we are, and how we fit that into our culture on a local as well as on a global stage. I'm Sharanda Farrell, I'm your moderator for this event, and we are going to continue our conversation on peak performance. We're going to be focusing a little bit more now on our body with a gentleman who knows quite a bit about peak performance. His name is Keneal Chambers, Weight Terminator. He is the Caribbean's finest fitness and mindset coach. So he's going to be talking to us about our mind as well as our body. And for over 15 years, he's been helping busy professionals take control of their health and fitness. He has trained some of the most powerful people, both locally and across the Caribbean, and continues to leave a lasting change in their lives and physical well-being. And the intention is, by the time he's done, he's going to be leaving lasting change on you as well, helping you to get closer to your physical and mental peak performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the fitness coach, Keneal Chambers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That was a super introduction. I feel nervous. All right, so yesterday I was streaming online where some of the speakers touched on peak performance, but I'm just gonna go over it again in my terms as it pertains to fitness and lifestyle. Now, peak performance is the ability of a person to achieve their goal while being fully focused, being confident, and be fully engaged, and lastly, having fun. Now, I remembered some years back, 2008 Olympics, or one and only Usain Bolt. I'm sure most people remembered that era. Now, I sat on my couch and I anticipated the race. And what I saw was a man very confident, super confident. He was very engaging to the crowd. I was like, wow, this seems like something special. He was having fun, but nevertheless, he was fully focused. At the sound of the whistle, as you split, there goes this man, world record. Guys, in my opinion, that was a mere example of what peak performance was as it relates to athletics. Now, peak performance does not only apply to athletics, but it applies to our everyday lifestyle. So, you could be in the workplace, you could be on the street. Everybody have goals that they want to achieve, that they really want to reach to that point. All right? Now, why do we really want to reach our peak? Why? Now, in my opinion, I think that we want to be the best. We want to be the best at whatever we do. As it pertains, if it's in the gym, if it's in the track as an athlete, we strive to be the best. Secondly, we want to be unforgettable. We want to leave a trademark to be like, okay, yes, I've done it. I've left everything that I have and I've done it. So we want to be unforgettable. It could be for our children, it could be for our wider society, but we want to be remembered, so we tend to work towards that. We also want to hit a point of self-actualization. So a lot of persons might be working towards a goal and they're saying that, listen, this is what I want to achieve. And until then, they're trying to focus and try to push at their peak. So therefore, peak performance is needed for these stuff. Now, before we go further, we're going to touch on some strategies that we can actually use to achieve peak performance. Now, one strategy that we can use is to set SMART goals. Now, you cannot set goals that are unrealistic. You have to set SMART goals and work towards these goals. You also have to work with a coach. Now, every one of us need help. We need somebody to push us to achieve our full potential. Even though it's about you, but sometimes by getting an extra push, that person can actually propel you a little bit further for you to hit that peak. So a coach or even a mentor, even a friend that has the same interests can actually help you to hit your peak. Track or measure your progress. So take record. Say for instance you have a goal and you say, okay, I want to achieve this. You go on the track, for example, I'm using athletics at the moment. Day one, you say, okay, you're on 10 seconds. For week one, that's what you're on. In week two, you have to basically start that. With the aim of week three, we want to go 11. So a record is needed for you to improve on your stats. So taking a record is also very important. Adaptive feedback. Now, a lot of persons do not like feedback. Some of us take it in a negative way, and sometimes like, oh, listen, this is just affecting my emotion. You just don't want to hear what nobody has to say. So I want you guys to take these feedback and fuel your energy towards achieving your peak performance. So don't just take the feedback as being negative and down, but use these feedback to fuel you to achieve your peak. Now, how to become a peak performer? That's a lot of questions most persons want to find out. How do I hit this point? How do I reach this top of the scale? Firstly, you have to be focused. And if that means you might have some friends on the side, you have to probably pull them to one side and say, listen, this is what I'm doing. I'm fully focused on this. So you have to basically probably push some people to the side who are not of the same interest as you. So being focused on the task is very important in achieving peak performance. Organize your time efficiently. Now, you cannot want to be a peak performance, whether in the gym or on the track or in whatever area, and you cannot manage your time properly. So most of your time has to be geared around that goal that you want to achieve for you to achieve that peak performance. Continue learning and improving. Take notes. Take feedback. Do research. Watch films. Listen to other persons. Watch what other persons are doing. So you have to make sure that you are you're learning and you're improving. Consider yourself as a student. Never stop learning. Maintain a positive mindset. Now, to achieve this, your mind has to be free from all negativity. It has to be free from all type of things that's going to distract you from your goal. So you want to channel your mind in the space that you want to achieve your peak performance. So that's very important, trying to basically aspire for that. Now, in the gym world, a lot of persons might come in and they want to be fit. They want to come in and they want to get in shape. And one of the first things they'll normally come in, they'll be like, okay, Kenil, I want to achieve a six-pack. I want to lose weight. I want to achieve a big butt. The first thing that we have to do is to educate and to change the mindset of these persons and try to channel them into a direction to be like, listen, it's a process. You have to work. It will take time. It will take energy. It will take consistency. So the first thing, you have to channel the mind in a direction which the client or the person can relate to. So you have to have a mindset shift as it pertaining to achieving that peak performance. Once that person is fully cleared, then they can proceed. And then they might not be so hard on themselves achieving that task. Now, we're going to touch a little bit on the mind. Now, they normally say, whatever the mind conceive, you can achieve. But I have a little shift from that, in that say. Whatever the mind conceive, it can achieve through hard work. So not because you're thinking about it and you're, okay, I'm so fully focused on this task, and you're not willing to do the work, then that doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. So whatever the mind conceive, you can achieve it through hard work. Now, you have to set your mind in a way where you understand that, listen, it's a process. It's a process, and it's an ongoing process. You cannot be looking on the person beside you and to be like, okay, this person achieved his or her peak, then automatically you're going to do the same because this person take the same step. Everybody has to run their own race. So you have to understand that that person peak might not be your peak. The way that person work might not be the level that that person work, might be the level that you work. So it all boils down to what you're capable of doing and what your ability is. Now we're going to touch on some strategies that you can basically use to connect your mind towards achieving peak performance. Now a lot of persons use music. So you have to find what works for you. Some persons use music. So before doing a task, you might listen to some music that are basically relaxing, that can clear your mind of everything and can keep you fully focused at the task at hand. So you might see most persons, athletes, with the earpod over their ears. They'll be like, why? Why are these persons have these earpod in their ears? No, because they're fully focused at hand in achieving those tasks. All right? Some persons do meditation. Might just be alone time. You'll be like, why is this person alone? This person might be fully focused, just meditating at the task at hand. Just to get the mind right, fully channeling, fully dialed in towards gearing to those peak performance. Now, you have to try to take emotions from it. So emotion is a big thing as it pertaining to achieving your peak performance. Now, once you set your goal, your emotion cannot be so much where it's going to affect your performance. Example, you might be at work and you're there performing your tasks so perfectly. There come your coworker. Oh, why does your shoe look like that? Why does your ear look like that? No, you don't look good today, Jamaican style. Automatically, that affects your entire emotion. There you go, lashing out. There you go, you're on finishing up a task, so good. Automatically, that's just shift. Before you submit that task, there's a lot of error in it. Your boss come to you. Why is this work like that? Just because you use your emotion and to take your eye off the target, therefore it backlash on you. So therefore, you have to take emotions from it. Now, in achieving peak performance, again, you have to be fully focused. You have to be fully committed. You have to be willing to put in the work. You have to be willing to make sacrifices. You have to be willing to go the extra mile. You have to be willing to adapt to changes. You have to be willing to take constructive criticism. You have to be willing to ditch some people on the side who are not channeling in your direction. So I really want you to know that it's a journey and it's a path that requires sacrifice. Now, before I close out, I'm just going to basically go through a few stuff that you can do at work to release, to actually improve your peak performance. One, you can do walking, regular walking. So while you're on the decks, you can do regular walking. You can stand up, you can do some chair squats. You know, you're at your decks every day, you can do some regular chair squats. You can go to listen to music on your free time just to get your mind and body right so you can improve on your peak performance. Now, I'm just going to basically leave you with one thing before I go. One little quote, and it goes by saying, for us to obtain peak performance, we must willing to go through the painful process of change. So I hope this information provide value to you guys and you can put it into action. I thank you.
Hello, 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 hello. How y'all doing today? It's, well, I'm going to say good morning, good afternoon, good night. I'm not sure where you're streaming from. And so I'm going to say to you, whatever time it is in your neck of the woods, I'm going to say welcome to the Peak Performance Summit. It's day 2, and I hope you've been enjoying the conversation online about peak performance. There have been so much fuel being spit over the last 2 days. And I have the privilege, my name is Erica McKenzie, I'm the Fearless One, and I have the privilege of really leading this panel discussion with, of course, our very special guest. He is one of the Caribbean's finest fitness and mindset coach. And he's here with us today to talk to us about peak performance. We're gonna learn a little bit more about his journey into fitness, and of course, the recipe for achieving peak performance in his personal life. And so we want to have that sit-down conversation with Keneal Chambers. Keneal, welcome to the panel, and welcome. I listened to your talk earlier on, and it was absolutely phenomenal. Great insights that you've given us. But now we're going to flip the script. I know you just gave us some really great, solid advice of how to achieve peak performance. Of course, I've been taking some of those advice from you, and now even getting some more. So let's talk about your journey into fitness. I know you've been doing this for 15 years, but talk to us a little bit about how did you get started?
All right, so let me just say again, thanks for having me.
Yes.
And, you know, it's a pleasure to be on this platform. So how did I get into fitness?
Yes.
Wow.
Tell us.
That was a journey. So I started, let me just backtrack. I started playing sports from about, I would say, 8, from as long as I remembered. Was very active. So fell in love with sports from a very early age. Love. At that point in time, unlike any little youth growing up in Jamaica, once you love sports,
yes,
the only thing you think about is to be a pro. Whether is it in football, athletics, cricket, basketball, whatever sports that you could find, the only thing you think about is to be a pro.
And what are sports you played?
Good question. Well, my first love is football.
Oh.
Second love, I played basketball, I run tracks. I pretty much is a well-rounded person.
Wow. So can I fast a little bit? Who is your favorite football team? I don't know.
Well, the favorite football team, I'm a Jamaican. And apart from Jamaica, Brazil, then Jamaica, pretty much.
Okay, so you're a Brazil fan.
Definitely.
So
100%.
definitely, so sports has been the center of your life from the end of time. And then what else? So that is what really sparked it, and then what?
Definitely. That was what really sparked it. Now, what really got me into fitness, really, is just to, you know, as a youth, you watch, you know, you'll be watching cartoon and you see all these superheroes with all these, you know, abs and, you know, big arms and legs, and you'll be like, yo, these persons are cool, they're superheroes. So therefore, you start to emulate.
Good
You start to want to look like these persons.
Okay.
What do? You watching those cartoons, you might see them, okay, they do push-ups, they do some squats. Then automatically, that's basically what fueled me, start to fuel me first into the
So
workout.
who was
realm.
your role model?
Well, my superhero, really my superhero back then, is no other than the real Batman. One Batman. Yeah, my
Batman.
superhero, that. Very dynamic.
And what was it about Batman that really resonated with you? Why he was your superhero?
Well, I think it's just his drive to help people.
Okay.
And just always there when somebody needed help. So I guess that kind of really transitioned. And apart from the physique that you saw as a youth growing up, you'd be like, yo, he's respected just by looking at that. And automatically that kind of fueled my energy into wanting to work out. That's from a tender age until you basically start to grow up and you find out, okay, it's more than that.
Okay. And so it moved from you seeing these superheroes for sports, watching your superheroes do it. You want to be like them, all for the abs. And so you moved into that, and then it moved into what else? Because now You are a business owner for a gym, which is JYM. You are also a philanthropist and, of course, a fitness and mindset coach. Tell us about your journey now, what led you into wanting to do business and this kind of business.
All right, so let's just retract. So after I graduated from high school, so I attended Clarendon College. I'm from Clarendon, so I attended Clarendon College.
Okay.
After graduated, I worked for a year and a half, and after which I attended Michael University, which is a teacher institution. So by profession, quote unquote, I'm a teacher.
Okay.
There, I played sports. I was fortunate enough to get a sports scholarship. You know, I was fortunate enough to attain that in my second year. After which, you know, still in love with working out. On my third year, I was approached by a gentleman to be like, oh, listen, I'm recruiting some student because I have a gym. And, you know, I need some persons to come in and help us out. At that point in time, it was just starting up a gym.
Right.
I was like, whoa. There was no facility at Michael. At that time, I was like, yo, okay, this is a perfect opportunity for me now to go in a gym to start work out. Whoa, who wanna take that offer?
Yes.
You know, you can work out, you know, look the part, you can actually really now start putting in the work. At that point in time, me and a friend, we were, you know, in our third year, that was basically, that year we were doing basically, the last year to go was like, yo, what exactly are you gonna do when you leave university?
Right.
We were also in the discussion to be like, listen, we're gonna go into this fitness thing, but you know, we did not know how. So there come God with the perfect opportunity. This man come, say, okay, he wanted somebody to, you know, to look some student. I took up the offer, and as soon as I stepped foot in that gym,
yes,
something else sparked me. I was like, yo, this teaching thing, I don't want to do no teaching again. This teaching thing, no. So as soon as I walked in it,
yes,
that vision started to manifest. I did not know how I was going to do it.
Right.
I did not know what would happen. But
Yes.
all I knew is that at some point in my life,
Right.
this would have happened.
right,
And I went there, and my intention was not for the money. The first intention was just to put in work for myself. The second intention now was to learn the craft.
right,
And then after learning the craft, the third intention was to basically aspire to own a gym. I did not know how, but I can tell you this. I knew that it would have happened.
100%.
So I would say it happened very soon.
Well, Kenny, I'm here, I'm listening to you, and I'm so inspired, and I hope y'all too, because you're a man with a plan, and a man with a plan is dangerous, right? So I just love the fact that everything that you've said to us so far just seems to be so intentional. Like, it's like everything that you do is, it's led with, you have a vision, you have a purpose for your life, and you actually witness that manifesting every single time you actually think about having these things. Like you spoke about, you wanted to do it, you didn't know how. Were you nervous? What were some of the things that you and you had to overcome?
Well,
in terms of even trying to get to where you are now?
Good question. So I worked at that facility for, I would say, year and a half. I did a year and a half at that facility.
Right.
After which, management was not up to speed with what I wanted.
Right.
So I opted to leave. At that point in time, I did not know where I was going to go. I built some connection.
Right.
And persons was like, okay, you can do this, you can do that, you know. So some persons basically organized some gigs for me, which I'm very fortunate from. After which, those gigs started to turn, and I partnered with a client of mine, who is also a mentor of mine, at that point offered to be like, okay, listen, to help. Are you really going to do this? Where are you going to get the money from? Or is it that you're going to do it? And I said to myself that, listen, I had some savings. And I said to myself that, listen, it's going to happen. I did not know anything about the business world. All I knew that was, listen, I'm going to do something. And I've said this before on a previous podcast that I did.
Yes.
The thing about me is I'm never afraid to fail.
Right.
If I fail one time, I'm going to try it again. And I'm going to fail again, I'm going to try it again.
Wow.
My head is very hard. I'm stubborn. Once I know what I want,
yes.
I'm going to go for it. So
yes.
failure was not even
an option
because growing up, I knew where I were, and I was not even afraid to go back to even start over, because even if I go back, I know that I would have started again.
100%. I mean, there are some qualities that I'm hearing as you speak, and I could literally list them, but I'm going to say, what would you say are your key characteristics or qualities for Keneal? Like, if I should talk to somebody that knows you, how would they describe you in terms of the characteristics that define you as a person?
Well, looking out on the outer shell,
yes.
The first thing you will hear is that he looks very mean and stubborn. That's the first thing you will hear. He's very serious. Getting to know me,
yes.
You'll hear that, yo, he's very fun. That's a real Keneal.
Okay.
So I know how to read a room when I go into a room.
Okay.
So that's the first thing you will hear when they say. At first, him look very stubborn and tough. Knowing me, they'll know he's fun. Secondly, you'll hear that he's very ambitious. You'll also hear that he's very hardworking. You'll also hear that he tries 3 million things. You will also hear that he's very stubborn. But you'll also hear that he has a determination and a drive that's going to get what he wants.
100%. Thank you so much for sharing that. I have one more question for you. Well, not one. But just talk to us a little bit about how do you prioritize your own physical and mental well-being to maintain your own peak performance? How do you prioritize that? I mean, running a business and doing so many other things.
Well, I mean, that's a very good question. Now, this seminar, as it pertaining to pivot, I've pivoted a lot from my personal goal. A lot I've pivoted. And as it pertaining to maintaining my well-being,
yes.
It's hard. It's a learning process. I'm still learning. I'm still not at the point where I've set out to be.
Okay.
So I'm still learning. I'm still growing. I'm still taking these feedback, and I'm still basically learning from them.
100%.
So as it pertaining to how do I prioritize my personal well-being, it's very difficult. It's sacrifice, even sacrifice on, I would say, my health. Not getting 8 hours of sleep, not eating properly, not completing a task on time, because as I said before, we're pivoting towards our goal.
Okay.
So it's about time management.
Got you.
Mainly.
Okay, and you're saying that it's a learning curve every single time, and you're up for the challenge, obviously, and consistently learning.
Definitely, always learning.
Okay, all right. Can you share any specific dietary habits or practices that you have had that has really impacted the way you have achieved your peak performance right now?
Well, as it pertaining to my physical well-being, my physique, starting out, it was a little bit hard to understand nutrition. But as soon as you understand it, then it becomes more easier. You know, I've done a lot of reading, watch a lot of videos. So it's about educating myself towards achieving where I want. And what I've basically found out that works for me, and based on research, is to have a diet which works for you, which, say for instance, your goal is to build muscle, is to have a diet which is high in protein and high in carb, as I said before, quote unquote, building muscle, high in protein, high in carb, high in fat, healthy carbs, that is, and having a balanced diet. Now, we basically switch it a little bit, where we're basically talking about somebody who wants to lose weight because we're on the dieted. It's still about high to moderate protein, low carbs, high fat, high fiber. And all of that, you know, you calculate that based on your goal.
Okay.
So it's about knowing your food, knowing what to eat, and knowing your portion size. So it's all about two things that I normally tell my clients in achieving any goal. If you want to get big, put on some size building muscle, it's about calorie surplus. If you want to lose some weight, it's about calorie deficit. So it's basically understanding your food groups, how to eat them, when to eat them, what to eat, what not to eat, and just reduce all processed food from your diet.
100%. Thank you so much. We need to come in, of course, to gym and get some more of that one-to-one training. So what's next for you on your fitness and peak performance journey?
Well, it's a continuous learning curve for me, and I'm working towards improving, always improving the brand, improving myself, and improving persons around me, and that those persons are family members, friend, anybody in the circle. So therefore, as I presented before, to achieve actual peak performance, it comes on to being happy at what you do, be confident at what you do, fully engaging persons around you, and also being confident. So, and hard work, that is,
100%.
because I believe that that's a recipe towards achieving that peak performance. So until then, I'm still a learning process. I'm still a learning curve.
100%.
So I've still not yet reached my peak.
Continuously learning and growing, says Keneal. Weight Terminator. I didn't get to ask you that question. How did you get that name before we wrap? I'm interested. I think we all are interested in knowing, how did you take on that Weight Terminator?
Well, funny enough, I created that name trying to find an IG name, quote unquote, in the business. That's very catchy, because I believe in branding yourself. Once you created a name that somebody can be like, oh, it's different, automatically you create an attention.
Sure.
And that was an attention grabber for me. So that name came about from the movie The Terminator, and I was like, okay, I'm in this fitness thing. Based on my training, it was known to be very rigorous, very hard. And the goal is basically, most of my clients that do come to me want to lose weight. So I just put it together and be like, listen, I'm going to use weight to terminate whatsoever fat you have.
Wow.
So guess what? Just put them together and put Weight Terminator.
100%. We love that. Thank you so much, Keneal. It was so great learning so much more about your journey into fitness and how you stay in your peak performance. This has been a fantastic conversation with Keneal. And so we are so thankful that you were able to join us for this interesting conversation. Please, and then we will need to follow you on social media, and your handle is?
Well, you can follow me on Instagram at Weight Terminator. That's Weight Terminator on Instagram. The handle is there. You can also follow our business page at JYM Training. Both handles are on Instagram and also on TikTok.
Thank you so much, Keneal. And thank you so much for watching us. It's day 2 for the Peak Performance Summit. My name is Erica McKenzie. It's my pleasure to serve you.
All right, thank you so much, Erica and Keneal, for that very informative fireside chat. It's always good to speak to somebody who is in a space that you would like to get into. I love to be ultimately physically at my peak, and I'm working on it day in, day out. I will one day get there, and don't give up on me.
I got you.
We're on the journey together.
And of course, this is where we take a short break. When we come back on once again day 2 in Swahili Peak Performance, what we will be talking about is education in peak performance with Parole Veteran and Dr. Dale Caldwell, who's the president of Centennial University. And later on, we have another panel speaking to Gateways to Success, Amplifying with Media. We'll have Nicholas Matthews, CEO of SportsMax. Dennis Howard, senior lecturer of cultural studies at the University of West Indies, Parole Veteran.
Welcome back to our Peak Performance Pivot Summit, brought to you from the University of us, and he's going to be hanging around in Jamaica to see some of the greatest athletes in the world.
Yes, yes.
And Dale just told me off camera that you'll be sitting on the principals or president's team for D3 sports.
In the United States, on the President's Council
All right.
for Division III sports. So it'll be a great opportunity.
Right, so as you know, guys, the NIL, which is the Image and Likeness Program for NCAA scholarship athletes, it has opened up a whole new platform for earnings. I was a Division II college athlete, and I was getting somewhere between $7 and $12 per diem. You know, had I been now in,
Right.
I could have had an image and likeness.
Big money. You would
Big
have had.
money.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, tell us, what are you looking forward to as a D3 member in terms of sports?
Well, one of the things is, Carol, as you know, I was on the board of the United States Tennis Association, and the U.S. Open is the largest annual occurring sporting event in the world. The World Cup is larger, but that's not annually occurring. So I had a chance to really see sports from the professional and amateur level. And so being on this D3 council of the NCAA, it gives me some insight. You know, so many athletes who don't come from wealthy backgrounds really don't have the opportunity. They're shooting for Division I and II, but there's some real opportunities to do D3 and even make it to the pros. So I really want to make sure that the social, emotional, mental health of these athletes are strong enough so they can be successful no matter what they choose to do.
Do you think the injection of the economic inputs will make it easier for them to go pro from D3?
Well, the thing about D3 is it's still pure financially. So the students will not get any money at all at D3. No scholarships, nothing. D3 is absolutely the way that the NCAA used to be.
Oh.
You know, and so, but there are academic scholarships, there are need scholarships, so there are real opportunities for students to get a degree, even though they're not getting the big money. And the reality is only a few athletes are going to get the big money.
Oh, absolutely.
You know.
You know, there are some statistics, you know, 1 in every 6, you know, will go, and it's for certain sports.
Right, right.
But take us back, though. Centenary University has a whole host of diverse platforms and programs. And recently you just engaged with GC Foster here in Jamaica.
Yes, yes.
For a collaborative effort. You know, give us a little summary of what you're looking forward to in that.
Well, GC Foster is one of the premier institutions, premier colleges working with your track team. You know, the best track, athletics as you call it here, athletics athletes, you know, in Jamaica are here. And, you know, you're a small country, but you're among the best in the world in track and field. And there's some secrets that you have here, some special sauce that make you so so special.
Yeah, the barbecue sauce.
Yeah, the barbecue sauce.
Or the jerk sauce.
But one of the things we're doing is actually collecting track coaches from around the United States, working with GC Foster. They have a great training program for track coaches, and exposing the track coaches to GC Foster's expertise. And Centenary University and GC Foster have partnered to do that there. We're looking to develop a program in tennis as well.
Oh yeah, tennis is big. I don't think a lot of people even realize how. All right, so you're here in Jamaica, and you know you're going to witness some of the potential Olympians and our under-20 stars that will go to Peru for the Junior Games, and clearly Paris is where everybody wants to be.
Absolutely.
This year, any athletes you're looking forward to seeing? I'm just, you know.
Well, I'm really looking forward to. You know, you never know who's going to perform. The thing about athletics is it has to be your day.
Yeah.
You know, everything has to be perfect for you. And if you have an off day, that's not the day to have an off day. And so I'm really looking at, you know, I even see some of the athletes in the hotels, really seeing their preparation, looking at the people around them, what kind of influences. So I'm not just looking for the event as a college professor, as someone who's a certified tennis instructor. You're looking at what are they doing to reach peak performance, at the right time. And so that's what I'm excited about.
You almost answered my next question. What exactly, as an academic, as an educator, you're here in this country that is a world beater. What are some of the observations that you're taking into consideration?
Well, and again, I'm here at the University of West Indies, which is one of the premier universities in the world, and certainly in the Caribbean. And so it's just excellence. Excellence is in so many things here in Jamaica, whether it's the pride in some of the cooking, it's the pride obviously in the athletics. There's a pride in the culture. There's a pride in the music. And so I love the island pride. But I will say, as an African American, my dad knew and marched arm in arm with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The African American perspective, the multi-generational African American perspective, is not often understood. And I just love the confidence that I was saying in a previous interview, the confidence that black people here have to be anything they want to be. That's part of our challenge, that we don't have that confidence in America. And so we learn from our Caribbean and African folks who come to the country who say, I'm going to be whatever I want to be.
Yeah, but when I watch Inside the NBA with Charles Barkley and Shaq, those boys are confident. Those men are confident.
Well, in sport, see, the thing is, first of all, you're more likely to win. We have the big lottery, the Powerball lottery, than make it to the NBA. And so the odds of getting, yes, you're more likely to win the lottery, than win $1 million in the lottery, than you are to make it into the NBA, the National Basketball Association, or any of the professional sports. And so the folks that make it there not only have the confidence, but they have influences along the way. They have black coaches, white coaches, they have a fan base. People know they're going to be stars, so they invest money in them. And so those don't represent the average person on the street.
Right.
And one of the things I'll add, and one of the things, certainly in America, that's been a challenge. Like when I grew up, if you were short, you probably weren't going to make it to the NBA, so you knew you weren't going to make it to the NBA, right? So you weren't going to necessarily be a pro athlete. But now, because of rap music, everybody thinks they're going to be a rap artist. So they don't take education seriously, because I'm a big Kanye West, and I'm going to do this and that. And so what happens is they go down a path, and the odds of being a star rapper are about the same as being an NBA player. And so, so we have so many people chasing the wrong dream and are ending up really suffering.
How does education fuse, intervene, fix, help that process to help those who may never make it?
Well, see, that's a great question. The thing about education that people undervalue are the analytical skills, or the ability to analyze things. We analyze every day. We go to a restaurant. We analyze the menu. Is this something we're going to like? Is this too spicy? Is this not spicy enough? Is this? And so when you're looking at your life decisions, and even if you're looking at politics, so many folks are ill-prepared to really do the analytical work it takes to really make the right decisions. So they end up following other people. So they say, oh, I want to be Michael Jordan, so I want to look at all the money he's made, and look at his life, and I want to do that without analyzing. This guy was obsessed with excellence. And so we as a community need to begin to help people analyze, what is it really going to take for me to be where I want to go, and where do I want to go? Peak performance starts with us having a clear direction, and too many people have no clear direction.
Malcolm Gladwell wrote about the 10,000 hours in becoming an expert, and I think Dr. Howard referenced it in a panel discussion earlier. Is that still something that people aim to do or should aim to do?
Well, it's interesting. So Malcolm Gladwell is one of my favorite authors.
He's Jamaican, by the way.
Is he? I know.
Oh, yes, Jamaican-Canadian.
Jamaican-Canadian, yeah.
Yes,
Which is a whole aside. I don't know why so many Jamaicans live in Canada. It's freezing up there. I love the heat. I never understood why there's so many Jamaicans in Canada.
We live in Alaska too, but that's another story.
That's a whole other story. But actually, a guy named Anders Ericsson actually did the 10,000 hours. And so Malcolm Gladwell references Anders Ericsson. And it was 10,000 hours of high-level performance. It's not just casually doing it for 10,000 hours. It's constantly pushing yourself beyond, and that really is important. But the question is, very few people are willing to dedicate that time toward one thing. I was actually a really good tennis player. I had a lot of skills and a lot of gifts, but I wasn't going to put 10,000 hours to be a pro tennis player and focus on doing that. That was not my calling.
Have you seen the Roger Federer documentary?
No, I want to see it. I've seen some snippets on social media, but Roger Federer has been mine. Arthur Ashe was my favorite. Roger Federer was second.
Okay. No, so let's get back to the 10,000 hours.
Mm-hmm.
How does an academic institution foster to influence a society that, okay, it's not just about the 4 years or the 3 years, depending on what you're doing. How does certification, small courses, and of which Centenary has, how do you influence a society to change?
Well, one of the things that I find as a new college president, and in 2 weeks it'll be my first year, is that too many higher education institutions don't meet the marketplace. They don't understand where people are educationally. They don't understand, and I said in an earlier interview, that so many students during the pandemic learned to hate education. They didn't realize that I don't like education, so why am I going to pay money to do something I don't like? So higher ed institutions have to have more of the vocational programs to say, okay, well, you don't want to go to higher ed. Let's do a vocational. Let's do robotics. Let's do construction. Let's do plumbing. But what happens, and we're doing this now, we have that as one of our programs, that people start those programs and said, I want to have my own plumbing business. I can make $1 million being a plumber, but I don't know finance. I don't know marketing. I don't know sales. I don't know leadership. And so the idea that will get them to begin to come into higher education and see the value. We assume that people know the value of education, and they don't. So we, as a body of universities, have to make the case and create an environment for people who don't want to go to college to really see the value.
How is that changing with the elite institutions, Harvard, Yale, Princeton, versus a university like yours that is meeting the market, actually, and meeting it much better, but still for educated folks like us, we may want to go back to Harvard to do, they have some 10-week leadership courses and
executive
so on.
programs, yeah.
How do you juxtapose those things happening in a market where we're retiring later? So those of us who are over a particular age will probably work a little longer because we're just as sharp, if not sharper than the current generation.
Exactly, and I have an advantage. One, I think being a black president at a white institution, but having gone to Princeton and Wharton, you really understand the Ivy League mentality. And the Ivy League mentality is, Princeton has $34 billion in their endowment. Harvard has $60 billion in their endowment. And they actually lose money on the undergraduate programs. They actually can afford to do that. And so it's harder than ever. I think it's 3, 4, 5% of the people who apply get into Princeton, Harvard, or Yale. And so they have no problem attracting people because people look at that and say, that's a meal ticket. If I go to Princeton, then I'm gonna be wealthy. But most people aren't there. And so independent institutions like Centenary University have to play a more important role in really educating society. And have to really talk about the rest of us, the rest of the people, the people who every day come from working class families, people every day who may have come from poor communities, and really begin to meet them where they are so that they can be as successful as anybody that graduates from an Ivy League school.
Can I take you down a political path where I think politics, capitalism, for example, has helped to isolate the middle class, and you talk about the rest of us. Those are the people you're trying to reach. How does political influence the adjustments to education in a market of this kind?
Well, one of the realities is that, there are multiple forms, but there are really two major forms of capitalism. One is plutocratic capitalism. The other is what I call democratic capitalism. Democratic capitalism is for the people. Plutocratic capitalism is for the wealthy.
No. You're in Jamaica. There's nothing called capitalist democracy.
But in the United States either.
Okay.
So the plutocratic capitalism is closer to socialism.
Right.
Because what happens is you have large companies. There are no limits on really basically paying off the politicians.
Right.
So the politicians gives breaks to the large companies, and the taxes are as high for the small businesses as they are for the large businesses who don't have the resources to really, actually they're higher for the small businesses.
Higher for the small
because
right.
they can avoid the taxes. So that's plutocratic capitalism. That's what people don't understand. And democratic capitalism is about the small business person. And I think in many ways Jamaica is better positioned to have democratic capitalism than the United States, because the big companies aren't as controlling of the government as they are in the United States.
I can't ask the next question. Continue to explain.
Yeah,
what
yeah.
that
And
means.
so what happens is, the reality is, if America was built by small entrepreneurs, family businesses, if those businesses thrive, it actually reduces taxes for the rest of us and really helps all boats rise. But there's no such thing as trickle-down economics. Big companies are not trickling down to eliminate poverty. And so part of what I do, I have a foundation, the Dale Caldwell Foundation. We're focused on creating entrepreneur zones in poor communities, where we're helping the businesses grow, but we're doing trauma-informed job training to help people have the skills necessary to work as well as be CEOs of entrepreneurial businesses.
Oh boy, I know we're talking about academics and sports and peak performance, but I'm getting so many nuggets from you about politics. I mean, Dr. Damon King, who is an economist here in Jamaica, head of Capri, certainly has some of your views, and I'm saying in a small community, a developing country that has a competitive advantage in things that are not tangible.
Right.
Because we're known in sports, we're known in entertainment, and so but we all equally, we have people who are good at the traditional things. How then do we fuse that through the influence of education to allow a country to grow continuously to meet the market? How can Jamaica meet the market at a better place?
Well, Jamaica is lucky enough to have people like Dr. Houghton, who was on the panel earlier. And there are things that Jamaica has not taken advantage of, partly because businesses have come here and kind of taken advantage of the community and not really come to support. They've taken money out. You have one of the most important resources, two of the most important resources in the world, sun and water. Solar heat should be fueling virtually everything you do on this island. And so one of the entrepreneurial ideas that I'm talking to several people here about is, you're not going to get Nike, you're not going to get Polo or any of those companies to do their manufacturing here, but the power of celebrity, especially black celebrities who want to have their own designer clothes, who want to have their line of clothing. You could have solar-powered factories producing those clothing right here in Jamaica. And there's real opportunity to do that, because I know the energy costs are very high here.
Oh, extremely.
Which is kind of ridiculous if you think about it. You have sun and water. And so what we need to do is rethink how you do things. And so part of it is, one of the realities, and you'll see how this connects. So I'm in New Jersey, and New Jersey really runs New York City. People don't really realize that. They don't realize that. Most everybody who has money may have a place in New York, but they live in New Jersey.
They live in New Jersey.
And so when you're in New Jersey, like I've started a pro tennis tournament, other things being in New Jersey, you have an outside view of the opportunity in New York. When you're in New York, you miss opportunities because you're overwhelmed. Yeah. Same thing here in Jamaica. I'm coming in here as a former consultant, as a college president, saying, whoa, this is an amazing place with opportunities. And one of the things I said earlier is that more and more leaders in America are people like me. They're African American, they're Latino. And so they look at the Caribbean not as a place to exploit, but as a place to partner with.
Yeah.
And my mentality is, if I help you, that will help me eventually. The mentality of previous people is, what can you do for me? And then I'll help you later on.
Yeah. What's in it for me?
What's in it for me, and I can help you later on. But now the mentality is, how do I help you? How do I help you develop a solar base here so that you can, and then I talk to entertainers here to say, if you're going to make clothing, you can do it as cost effectively as Asia right in Jamaica.
We'll have to fix the shipping things, but yes.
Yeah, and that can be done too.
Oh, yeah.
It's the time is now for people of color in the world. We have access to resources, but we've got to work together. And part of the challenge has been, and as I said, my dad, marched in Selma, and they sacrificed for this. But now it's so much, it's either me or you. We're adopting some of the European way of thinking. And there's a historical, I know we have some historians here, reason for that, is that weather plays a big role. If you think about England, right, and there's a wolf, and it's cold, and there's a wolf, either I'm going to eat that wolf or you're going to eat that wolf.
Yeah.
And when I went to South Africa, I was in South Africa around the apartheid time, and South Africa has all the agriculture and food you need. Come on in. Come on, there's enough for all of us. So you look at the different mentality. So the UK comes there, we're cold, we got to take care of number one. Africa says, come on in. And so a lot of those representations still exist in the world today.
Yeah, but the media sells Africa as a place that you go to the motherland to relax, to not for business.
Well, but that's what they say about Jamaica, too. And so those of us that are business people, those of us that have business analytical skills, look here, and one of the advantages Africa had is that it was late in putting in wired technology. So now they have an online state-of-the-art platform. But this is what I do like about TikTok, is that TikTok isn't controlled, and TikTok has some truths in there that people don't want to hear. Some of the things that have happened over time about the false histories, you know, some of the things about what really is opportunity. And so when you begin to look at the opportunities in places, there is, I mean, Africa, Jamaica, the entire Caribbean, there are so many things we can do not to exploit the land, but to support the people, to create jobs and create a strong economy.
All right. On another side, post-COVID, how has the landscape of education changed to facilitate the broader knowledge? Now that we have all those platforms that's telling us, you know, what's the lay of the land, how has post-COVID education, you know, changed, or how is it changing that mindset?
What we're trying to do is there were universities that did the online program. They, you know, used to be people thought you were stuck going to a classroom. Now you can be in your house and do online. And a lot of people are still trying to do that. But what we're doing, and we're investing in what I call asynchronous programs. These are self-directed programs. Not everybody has time, even online, to be at their house at 7 p.m. on Tuesdays, right? So asynchronous allows you to take courses anytime, anywhere. And so that is where we think is the next iteration. So it allows people to get educated. You know, one of the other things that happened in the United States during the pandemic and also during the Trump administration is that the rest of the world was closed off. And so a number of people who would have come to us for higher education stayed where they are. We actually have partnered with Atlas University, the fastest growing university in Turkey. And the president there told me that your closed borders in the United States was the best thing that ever happened to us. A lot of folks from around Europe and around that area are coming to us because they couldn't go to the United States.
Oh.
So the United States is really hurt by those closed borders, much more than we ever thought.
And so it brings me to research. How is research compelling us to make those adjustments?
Well, and research is everything, right? You know, and that's one of the things that academics have. And that's one of the reasons I think a lot of people don't like academics, because they want to kind of make their own stuff up and not do the research. But if you really look at the research and you look at the history, you start to see a lot of the things I'm talking about are really based on the research. And it's common sense, but it's also based on research.
That's the important point.
Yeah.
It's common sense.
Right, it's common sense, but the research supports the common sense.
Well, how do I romanticize education to tell me exactly that it's common sense? And so instead of me sitting in a place for 4 years and having to work part-time, look after my family and do all that stuff, how does the education system, you know, makes that look fancy and sexy to attract people who really want to do or can do education?
Well, it's what you're finding is that people are going to school later and later. The idea of, okay, automatically after you turn 18, then you go to college, just arbitrarily. And so many people went there having no idea, and coming out having no idea. So higher education has to be responsive to your needs where you are in life.
Right.
One of the things that we've started is what we call the degree completion program, where people who haven't finished can go back to school and do that. We have a working degree program. So if students don't have a choice, they don't have to choose between going to college or working. So you can work for your family business and still get a degree from us online. So those are the kinds of innovations that allow people to have flexibility so that they can go when they want to and when they need to.
All right. I know you've come to Jamaica before as we get ready to wrap up. How has Jamaica changed physically since the last time you were here? Have you seen enough yet to make a decision outside of the academic discussions that we've been having?
Well, I see a lot more technological advancement here. You know, I see a lot of people, like again, Dr. Houghton and others, who really, really intelligent people who are entering the field of politics. So we're getting some more educated politicians who really are doing it not for their own self-aggrandizement, but because they want to change things for the better.
Okay.
You know, and I'm hoping that those kinds of folks will continue to do that, because that will clear the way for entrepreneurs to come in and support your growth and development.
Has the adjective you meant or used about Jamaica when you were last here, has it changed to the adjective you want to use to describe it now?
Well, I mean, I would say when I was here before, I said it's a beautiful place with beautiful people and a wonderful culture. Now I'm leaving here saying this is a land of opportunity.
Wow.
This is a land of opportunity to really, really, and an opportunity to support Jamaica and which supports us. And so I think, especially black leaders and leaders of color, Spanish leaders, if we partner, and I'm going to go back and really say, hey, there's some things we need, there's some key people. The other thing you have, and we'll close up, is that because you're a small island, you can connect with the powers that be so quickly. You know, it would be hard, it's easier, once you know someone, you know, like yourself, you know, like O'Neill and others, you know, it's easier to connect with the powers that be here than it is in New Jersey. If you haven't been there for a while, you need like 10 years in New Jersey
I know.
to really get something done.
Somebody could be right there next to you and you don't even know.
You don't even know. You don't even know. And so, so it's exciting. I really, really am excited. When you talk about peak performance, we were talking about individuals, we're talking about communities, but Jamaica's peak performance. So I'm leaving here saying, what do we need to do to make sure that Jamaica is performing at its peak as a country and as a model of countries? You know, we have a lot of friends from Haiti. You know, and Haiti is just going through so many horrible things. I think Jamaica can be the beacon of light that can, and remember, I wrote this book on influence. Everything's influence.
I know.
Jamaica can be this beacon of light that helps places like Haiti get out of the morass that they're in. And so we'd love to, and I think there are a lot of people in the United States who, you know, if allowed, would love to kind of partner with you and say, what is the goal for Jamaica, and what can we do to really get Jamaica to the place that it really deserves to be?
All right. Probably one last question. I have one more chance to ask one more question before we go. Education. Again, the pillar of where industrialized countries and communities grow. What does the future of education look like as we aim, one, for peak performance, post-pandemic and all that stuff? What does the future of education look like?
And that's a great question, and people are trying to figure that out too with artificial intelligence. What AI is doing is making some of the skills that liberal arts thinkers have, everything from ethics to really analytical skills to communication skills. One of the things that people don't think about, when you have AI, you don't have to be the smartest engineer in the room. AI can take care of it. So that's one piece. The other is intercultural skills. So the people that have kind of liberal arts thinking and intercultural skills can really transform the world, because AI takes care of a lot of the technical stuff. And so liberal arts becomes more important than it was before AI.
Yeah,
and people don't talk about that.
Own panel.
which it does.
Oh my God. So it is a technology-based innovation type of education that is looking for the future.
It's the future, yeah.
Yeah, and for sports, the collision with sports, or the collaboration. I don't want to use collision because we're not running into each other. But the collaboration for sports, what does that look like in terms of that fusion?
Well, I think in the preparation for sports and peak performance, in the marketing of sports, in the observing of sports, all of those things are going to change drastically. You know, and it's exciting, and you have to embrace the change. Change is a constant.
Yeah.
You can't, you know, intellectual curiosity is important. You can't expect the same things to happen. You just have to say, hey, tomorrow's going to be different than today. And accept it.
All right, what was the last book you read?
Well, I actually read one of Malcolm Gladwell's books, again, Outliers, again.
Oh, you read Outliers?
Yeah. And I've used that in a number of my books.
Okay.
You know, and that's, again, he makes the case for influence.
What's in your shopping cart? Which book is in your shopping cart?
Well, I actually read to write. So I've written 8 books, and my 9th is called Fruit of the Spirit, Sermons and Hymns. So there's Galatians 5, 22, 23, and the fruit of the Spirit. So I'm actually writing about that and how it relates to all the elements of love, joy, peace, those good things in life.
Good way to end the segment. Thank you so much, Dr. Dale Caldwell. He's the president of Centenary University, and he has a whole host of things, including sitting on the council for the president of D3 colleges. He's a transformational leader, an inspirational leader, and he's a partner of Jamaica. This has been the session where we have spoken about everything but focused on education and sports. Thank you so much. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be talking about innovation and growth in the media. Stay with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Good job.
here 21 years, and they're the home of the Summer Olympic Games. So this summit was planned just in time where you can become your own Olympian by achieving peak performance. Nicholas Matthews, our CEO, is here. We're also joined by Dr. Dennis Howard, songwriter, cultural ambassador, everything. We share the program together. He's a TV host, radio host. He has done it all. He's now a professor at the University of the West Indies, so he has made something of himself. And of course, we have O'Neill Walters, who is the head of Pivot Performance, and O'Neill does everything from a pin to an anchor. But he knows a little thing or two about media. He's one of the starters of the Flow Champions Cup and has executed some innovative programs here in Jamaica. Sharonda Farrell is playing Boti, and she's here in her own capacity as filmmaker, lecturer, everything. That's good. And in line of what's happening with media, post-COVID, with sponsorship, above the line, below the line, things are changing so much. And with AI coming involved, media has changed dramatically. Thank you for joining us. Of course, I'm going to start with the CEO. I'm taking that decision. Nick, welcome to the panel.
Thank you, Carol. Good to be here.
How ready are you for the 2024 Summer Olympic Games? You know, I can't bring you here not asking
We
that.
are ready, and it's getting really excited now in terms of everything is happening at this point. The trials are going on across the world, and we're carrying all of those feeds to our spectators in the Caribbean.
Tell us a little bit about Sportsmax in terms of what Sportsmax has done in 21 years by being the beacon in the Caribbean for sports, but you have continuously broadened the base. Talk to us a little bit about some of the platforms and the products you have online.
So one of the key things about Sportsmax is that we have revolutionized sports in the Caribbean, and what that does is provide access to Caribbean viewers right across the region in terms of being able to access content and access it, especially legally. You know,
That's important.
It's very important, and we have done it with almost every single piece of content, international and local, which we have been able to bring to viewers across the Caribbean. At this current point, we have various platforms in which we distribute our content, and in this new era of media, what you find, we have linear platforms, which is our Sportsmax and Sportsmax 2, which is found on all the cable platforms across the Caribbean. We also have the Sportsmax app, which has close to 9 channels available, including Sportsmax, Sportsmax 2, Sportsmax Plus. We also have a racing channel. That's a racing channel. We also have what we call Sportsmax Plus, which we generally put local content on. That's on the app. There's Rush Sports, there's Flow Sports, there is all the content that you want is included in our app, right? We also distribute via social media because that is critical to the kind of ecosystem and the space that we're in. So there are a lot of content that we repurpose on YouTube, via Instagram, Facebook. We also do live content on these platforms because it is essential. Right now you can find the Pivot Conference, Pivot Summit on our YouTube platform. We do a lot of our local products on our YouTube platform as well. And what we have found is that in terms of viewership, we're able to measure those views on social, and we'll continue to utilize that platform to communicate with our subscribers and ensure that people everywhere in the Caribbean has access to the best content.
All right, so I'll go to Dennis next because he would have had access to, well, it was JBC at the time, TVJ, in terms of how content, one, it was analog, but how has the explosion of content, you think, historically, helped consumers to get more access?
Well, the issue is that let me start by saying I've always had a problem with the way sports coverage was done in Jamaica. It lacked a lot of creativity. Sports reporting was about talking heads and administrators talking about the problems, and there was no highlight about the activities. There's sometimes hardly any results about sporting events, and also there was no profile on the players. At one point, sometimes you don't even know who did on the Jamaican team. And we can go way back when. But with the technology, the improvement in technology from the beginning of websites to the point where applications and these revolutionary apps are, the way and social media has changed the landscape, we are seeing a different type of presentation of sports. I personally don't believe that we are at the point that I would love to see it in terms of highlights and, you know, I give you an example. I don't know half of the people that are on the Jamaica football team right now. Don't know them. And I should not, as a football fan, have to search and go all over the place to find out who is the team.
That's another panel though, Dennis.
You know, you know. So the thing is, we still, with all of the technology that we have, I think there are some gaps in terms as a fan. I'm a sports fan. A lot of people don't know that. And I can tell you the history of the NFL, NBA, World Cup, all of these sports. Cricket, I've been going to cricket for a very long time. So there are a lot of sports fans who still are not getting what we want in terms of content and accessibility. But it has certainly changed a lot, and it is certainly a better kind of presentation. But it's still a way to go.
All right, so I'll bring in O'Neill then, because O'Neill focuses on content distribution, you know, how you disaggregate content versus executing an event. How is that helping to bring what Dennis is talking about, content more to the consumers?
All right, so I'll start by saying that every huge sporting franchise in the world has grown through media. Mm-hmm. Everyone. NFL, NBA, baseball, and now even cricket in the United States, MLS. Media is the central point of growth. Mm-hmm. And in Jamaica, you mentioned some of the stuff I've worked on. Back in 2013, one of the big fix with Boys and Girls Champs was media. Mm-hmm. One of the big fix with Premier League, when the Red Stripe Premier League came around, a sponsorship that was focused on media. And these are some of the projects that I've been involved in. And also bringing Tata Communication and inspiring them to come here to do some work as a global brand.
Content exposure.
Right. And then, for example, across the region, when Guinness was doing their street football, I think Sportsmax at the time was the production partner, we handled the syndication. Mm-hmm. And we syndicated the content across 16 Caribbean countries, radio, cable, and linear. It is critical and important, and to the point that Dennis just made. So one side of it is carrying the product. The other side is how creative you are with carrying the product. Because in the digital age, content is not being consumed just only on, I want to watch an entire cricket match. It's now being consumed on highlights. Sometimes I don't get to watch 90 minutes because I'm at work, but I can find a roundup. I can find all the hit goals. I know who scored a goal. Whether it's, to this day, if we go back to when we went to France as a Reggae Boys.
98.
98. The highlight of that is still the goals that were scored. That's what continues forever, right? And they are etched in history, not because they played 90 minutes on the pitch, but because those goals were scored.
Those goals were scored. All right, so as we pass the mic to Sharando, as a filmmaker, storytelling has become a massive part of how sports is consumed. And so the documentaries that have come out, the books and all that kind of stuff. How have filmmakers broadened their scope more to attract sports and, dare I say, entertainment, to ensuring that we get what we want outside of the games?
So for a second there, when you're talking to everybody about sports and football, I was like, why am I on this panel again? But I think what filmmakers have done is something that we've been doing over the years, but now we've been able to expand. So sporting documentaries. So we will identify sporting icons or sporting figures, and we will do documentaries on whether it's a full documentary on their lives, you know, or it's a film on the life of somebody that's involved in sport. But also, if we break it down to less about a feature film or a feature documentary and talk more about content creation, where you have these smaller bits happening. So like O'Neill just said, if we're looking at highlights, right? So a filmmaker now with that level of experience will go through a full game, take out the highlights and find ways to make that more interesting than it just coming on a Sportsmax or a Fox or a NBC or a ABC, because now there is a way that you thread the voices through it and the cutaways from different angles and different things separate and apart from just highlighting something or some things that would have happened within a game itself. So the filmmaker is speaking through a different kind of lens, if you will, because TV and film is two different things. So film is heavier on storytelling and TV is a little bit more about providing you with content.
Okay, interesting. How has sport, you think, influenced film from a broader perspective, probably in the last couple of years? Are you seeing more sporting content in major films?
I think generally there's always been an interest because you can look at sport-related films. So I'm trying to remember the names right now. There's this film back in the day with Gina Davis. Do you remember that movie, the girls playing baseball? I don't remember. No, man, I don't get to Love and Basketball yet. I come into that one, right? So there's that baseball movie from back in the day. Of course, there is Love and Basketball, and The Last Dance, right? So there has been a definite mix, an interesting mix as to how sport has influenced filmmaking. But it's like, it's through the lenses that makes it different, because it's not just about telling a story about a sport or about a sport figure. It's about weaving interesting stories and using sport as the topic or the catalyst, if you will. Because if you look at Love and Basketball, for argument's sake, it's a strong story about basketball, but it's really a love story. So it's a story about boy meet girl, boy and girl fall in love, and sport just happened to be that thing that brought them together and that separated them.
Sports
and then
is not
brought them
just
back
that
together.
thing, though. But then I'm not going to take care about that today.
Of course you won't, because we won't have that debate, right? Certainly not on air. We don't have time. But there is a marriage between good film stories and sports stories that makes it far more interesting and entertaining.
Dennis is
dying for the mic.
Dying for the mic. You know,
because I want to support the filmmakers.
Million Dollar Arm, for example.
Yeah. No, I want to support and I'm talking about Caribbean and Jamaican filmmakers. And I think there's a void of good story in terms of even documentaries, features, and feature films. Feature films can be a half-hour film, you know. And it could be based on a sporting figure, but it's a fictitious story. But there's also, where are the documentaries about Merle Nutty? Where is the documentary on Alan Skill Cole? Where is the documentary from a Jamaican perspective for the historical football qualification of 1998? Where is it? And the thing is, you know, the filmmakers are willing to do those stories, but where the funding there?
So
and this is the problem. And there's a problem.
No, but we go back to education. So our education system has taught us that sport and entertainment are hobbies. Yes.
I'd like to, it's burning. It's a fire right now. So when we look at, and you're preaching, and it's not just sport, it is where is the Marcus Garvey movie? Where is the Peter Tosh movie? One Love.
Peter Tosh will be 80 on October 9, and I say it in present tense because he's still very much alive.
So the One Love has shown us that it's possible. Sprinter has shown that it's possible, right? We have the stories. We have to build those bridges. My passion is, how do we build those? My only reason, I remember when I left CVM and started to go to NAPTE, I was told that you're a joker. because people would go to NAPTA just to buy content to take back. Why are we not exporting our culture? That's what amplifying content is. We have to export. It is a product.
So let me talk back to Nick about this, because you have to balance the books. And with all of this talk with music and film and so on, I know you carried the Long Walk to Freedom series and so on. How do you balance exposing content that you get paid real dollars for versus the feel good of a family of 5 from 0 to 100 sitting in their living rooms, watching the same Sportsmax, but knowing very well that it's the feel good part? How do you balance the books with that?
This is the biggest part of this whole story of development of content, right? How do we finance the content? Because all of these are great ideas, and the reality is, say for instance, if we take One Love. One Love was financed through big partnership, international partnerships, and through Paramount, right? And any of these stories can be financed. But the thing is, who is going to buy it? Because anybody who is going to finance has to also look at who is going to consume it, and is this appealing? It can be appealing to Jamaica, but will it be appealing to the international market? And yes, we have a lot of content or a lot of personalities that can be converted to content and be sold internationally. But I think if we take the Caribbean, for example, the Caribbean is in there's a struggle now in the Caribbean in terms of financing a lot of these content. O'Neill mentioned about Guinness Street Football. In the past, we used to have businesses who used to spend regionally, right? A lot of these businesses now, they're spending locally. So, yeah, so there are businesses, they just spend in Jamaica, and these are businesses that have brands right across the Caribbean. But they're not spending regional anymore. They're spending local. So it's really how do we develop the market again so that these entities can now see value in a regional or international market versus, say for instance, let's use Grace Kennedy for example. They distribute regional, they distribute international. Any one of these products would be great for them. So if we were to use One Love, it would be a great product for them to attach themselves to a One Love product, because this is going international and it has international appeal. So how can we create products that have this international appeal that will say to these companies, hey, we know you're not doing it anymore, but this is a good vehicle to get your brand going international again. Come back into this space. Attach yourself to this product. And I think where O'Neill went in terms of we have to start think differently. Look at the products, look at the Reggae Boys, look at Merlin Otti. If we're going to develop a product, we have to look at it internationally, because the Caribbean in itself will not be able to finance it. Yeah. So we have to look internationally. How do we develop products that has international appeal and will be able to attract international investment?
All right, hold on. I'll go to Dennis first because he was asking. But before you leave, what percentage, what's the ratio of the economic side, the things that you do for money versus the feel good? Is it 70-30? Is it 80-20?
That we Sportsmax do?
Yes. I mean, if
no,
estimate.
At the end of the day, we operate a business. And it can't just be, there are a lot of things that we want to do for feel good, but at the end of the day, we still have a team. We have the team to be paid. We have the business
when you
to
call
be
me
financed.
to do some consulting.
Exactly. We have to pay you. So, you know, as much as we want to do things for feel good, we
no, I just want to know an idea. So 60-40 is a good estimate? I'm trying to get it out of you.
No, the reason is our business model is a little bit different from other businesses. So there are stuff that we do for content because we support a subscriber base that is already paying.
Already paid, okay.
Yeah, so we'll do it to support that base. It doesn't mean that it is paying for itself. Yeah, it's a content. We're doing it for content. So we have a base that is already paying, a subscription base that is already paying. And we're saying we want to continue to provide that base with content.
Okay.
So we do enough to provide
To
them with
meet the-
content,
okay.
but at the same time, the content in itself, if we were to say, do a business case just and say that content, it's not paying for itself.
All right. Dennis, you wanted to talk a little bit about some historical.
Not historical. I just want to say that, listen, it's kind of almost unreasonable to expect an entity like Sportsmax to be investing in the kind of stuff that we're talking about. And sometimes I am afraid, you mentioned the One Love movie. We don't need that whole heap of money, to do some of the stuff that we need to do, Because if that were the case, Nollywood would not have started. Nollywood started with prosumer equipment, people who don't know jack about editing, people who don't know nothing about directing or acting. They were all amateurs, and they started, and we see what Nollywood is now, $1 million, billion-dollar industry. So sometimes what is our problem is that we're just too high. Listen, there are going to be many films on Bob Marley. The fact of the matter is, we must start somewhere. And there's no, apart from some maybe Sportsmax type, JBC, CVM type documentary about, from a news coverage perspective, about the 1998, World Cup. The money is so, in comparison, the money to do an in-depth kind of behind the scenes, to talk to the people, them, how them did feel, what were the problems, the whole Blacker Reddy Simoes issue. You know how much people that want to watch that globally, and it could be under $1 million US to produce it, or about $1 million.
Yeah,
so we love to talk and think a big, and the thing is another thing too. That's why I say it's unfair to any entity, because we need to establish a kind of ecosystem in terms of filmmaking in Jamaica. We need to have an ecosystem, a music system, or a music industry system. We don't have none of that, and that's part of our problem.
Yeah, we
You
don't,
see,
we don't have any funds
yeah.
and/or systematic approach to how we create our stories.
And we make unreasonable demands of filmmakers, of broadcasters, of producers, when we don't have a system to facilitate it. And we complain about sponsors not giving us no money. After the Hollywood film, them no sponsor, nothing. The sponsors come in with product placement after. There are funds available to finance film. There's a process where you go pitch your idea. People who have the money, either bank or big millionaire investors, go get the money. There are enough millionaires and billionaires that we can access. I have seen that myself, where a Jamaican film needed money, and there was a process to access that money, and then they got the money to complete the film. We need to develop that as an ecosystem within our structure before we can see the results that we want.
Sharando.
Okay, I wanted to just respond, if I
Okay,
may.
sure.
So a few things. I'll take it a little piece at a time. So in terms of developing the ecosystem and providing the funding, recently the government launched the Jamaica Screen Development Initiative. It's $1 billion that is going towards films that are produced in Jamaica or co-produced with Jamaican producers. So that's a step in the right direction. A part of that is a grant, and a part of it is a loan, because there needs to be some responsibility on the filmmaker to ensure that even though you're getting the money, you have to, exactly, there has to be some kind of return on investment. However, that covers a percentage of the costs, right? The other percentage now requires something that I ran into as a challenge when I was putting together my most recent film. It's called The Jamaican Bodyguard. Now, if I am to step to a potential investor, whether it's a lending institution or it's an individual, they're going to ask me for this one thing more than anything else: data. And that was a part of the conversation we were having yesterday. You are asking why we can't produce more of those to make it more internationally attractive. A part of the challenge is the money, yes. But if I'm going to come to you and I'm going to say to you, I can potentially promise you this return on your investment, you have to prove to me before you take up your, me have to prove to you, say I can actually do that. And the way to prove that historically, as it relates to investment, is to show the data that something like this has already happened. It's been proven. Yes? Yes?
So I'll segue into that by saying this. Because I've been doing my own research around that. What we're not doing is that I don't think we're doing enough partnerships. We're not building enough of the right relationships. There are filmmakers in LA that have a proven track record. For example, when I was doing the investigation of how to get to Netflix. You see, a lot of us, as Dennis would allude to, we have a brilliant concept. Again, the concept is maybe great for territory, Jamaica. That concept has to lend itself to an international appeal and how people consume content outside of our borders. Again, the other thing again is Netflix has billions of dollars. Apple has billions of dollars. Other people have billions of dollars spending on film. However, again, it's a relationship thing. So when I remember I had this great idea, and I was talking to my guy Trent, and I was like, yeah, I want to do this thing. And he said to me, the story has to have an A-lister. One A-lister can turn a concept into $100 million. So it's not, you can go the Nollywood way, but then again, it's market at scale. Nigeria and Africa, South Africa, these are huge markets. So in other words, if you look at music, for example, and we talk about Latin and reggaeton and all these music, Mexico City is 20 million people. And to go back to the Caribbean in total is about 6 million people live in the English-speaking 22 territories in the Caribbean. So it's about the formula is the support part of it from government, and I do believe that government plays an important role. It's policy. I'm not asking government for money. Government needs to create the right policy to bring film investment into the country and also create the right policy so filmmakers can get the right tools to create the property that can hit in the international space and develop that ecosystem that makes it. Sometimes a filmmaker wants to come here and the amount of red tape.
Listen.
Him just no bother.
Yeah, we've had filmmakers who have wanted to make films about Jamaica and they've had to go to Trinidad in order to have the same kind of visual appeal, or the Bahamas. But I'm agreeing with what you're saying. The same Jamaican bodyguard I'm speaking about, we went to the Durban Film Festival last year and I met with a South African production company. They're very excited about handling the distribution for this feature film. But in our conversation, what he said to me was, we need to not make it so Afrocentric. There's two ways to look at that, two ways. I can be offended and say, oh, dare you tell me how to make my film because that black people in there is a Jamaican film? Or is it that I'm trying to make something that has global appeal and say to him, what do you recommend? And what he recommended was simple. The lead, the star, make it be that him used to work, him did there England in a MI6 or something. And so occasionally he'll slip into a British accent and that now takes on a whole other scale. And then I can approach, I don't know, my chess EMI, Ellen Mirren, right? To be his boss at MI6, and she may be in the film for about 6 minutes, but this then elevates us to the next level.
To the next level.
Because the A-lister is in the film, the check will be written. And again, in the Caribbean, we have a lot of Caribbean stars.
Yes.
The Rihanna.
Yes.
Nicki Minaj have a link with Trinidad. Cardi B have a link with Dominican Republic. You now have to look for A-listers. And while they want the money, they also want that link. Exactly.
This is where people like you come in, Anil, to help us to create those connections and make those relationships.
So I need to ask Nick though, because we're just about 3.5 minutes to go. What is global appeal from the standpoint So yes, you have your subscription. So everybody wants to watch the EPL from October until May. The NBA from October until June, depends. And some of the other things you carry. What is that? What do people want? Are people wanting more sports, for example, you find?
Yes, people want more sports, but one of the things we have found, and we're talking about Caribbean now, people want it, but they don't want to pay for it. So that's another challenge. Yesterday, I was somewhere, I saw a security guard watching the Jamaica match. So I said, what are you watching that? He's watching on his phone. I asked him, what is he watching the match on? He was watching it on a free app. Clean, clear, everything. And then he said to me, you can get everything else on this, I have the World Cup cricket is there, everything is there.
I can too,
right?
but I won't name the app here.
And,
no.
I'm saying the content, and these are expensive content, because when we go to these content holders and you start negotiations, these content costs millions of dollars.
Absolutely.
And for this market, the Caribbean market. So the reality is people want more, but they're not willing to pay. And the only way to commercialize a lot of these things that is happening, and that's why persons are going social, and they're using the advertising model, but that's not very strong in our market.
Right.
There's this content developer called Countrywayne. They are developing content using smartphones, and I mean storylines. There are huge storylines around it, and he's putting out like 10, 15 pieces of short 3-minute clips of content every single day. And there's a story that a lot of the ladies are following it now, because there's a storyline. And
I know.
Oh, you watch it as well?
I've seen it, yes.
Right. And short clips,
very
put
short.
it out on social.
Nothing more than 3 minutes at a time.
And people are consuming it, and he's making money from it, right? But again, it goes to product placement, it goes to viewership. The viewership numbers are huge, and that's what they're selling. So it's how do we convert these content and getting that viewership appeal. O'Neill mentioned earlier about the highlights packages.
Right.
What we have realized, and especially with our local content, athletics and cricket in the Caribbean drives viewership. When you clip those stuff, and even on our Sportsmax zone, anytime we discuss
cricket,
anything around cricket and athletics.
Oh no, I know. Those voice
numbers,
notes, I listen to the voice notes.
Those numbers go through the roof.
Oh yeah.
You put them on YouTube, the numbers are extremely high. Right? So it's really looking for what people want, and the consumption limit is important, right? But there are opportunities. We have to be a little bit more creative in the region in terms of content. Even us as a company at Sportsmax, we have to be more creative with our content. Look for these opportunities. How we package them is going to be extremely important to satisfy the needs of, one, the sponsors, two, the viewers, and that's how we'll be able to monetize better.
All right, quickly.
I just want to add.
No, I want you to have the final word because I'm coming back to you in your capacity as the educator. But O'Neill, in terms of the distribution, how is that model going to help us to really make the money?
Right. So interesting. So to the point, I don't want to say that I think one of the barriers to content creation around sports in particular and live is broadcast production cost. And if we can cut that, and there are ways, and there are relationships that we built that can reduce cost around producing. The more games you can produce is the more content you have. And if you're, for example, the Jamaica Premier League, they may have 100 and something games for the season. We can only afford to produce 60 out of that much. Right. And then let me look at cricket. If we can, high school cricket, for example, if we can produce high school cricket in the right way and have the right distribution relationship, India will consume it.
Okay.
That's the billion
I need to go.
question.
Dennis,
Yeah.
education, Carmack, development of media and communications, how can that influence how things like production, the attitude towards consumption, and all of those things? I know that's not what you want, the point you want to make.
It's exactly the point. Two things. Technology. Listen, major multi-million-dollar movies are now using DSLRs. And in some instances, in certain kinds of stunt scenes that they want to have a lot of footage, them use even iPhones. The excuse of production cost being a major factor is something that we need to rethink in Jamaica. This is a country that used the worst equipment that was available to create one of the greatest music in the world. Innovation is the way forward, and we are poised now to use technology with AI, machine learning, and cheap technology that of the highest quality to do what we need to do. And just to make the point that I wanted to add to your thing, sports is about personalities and stars. Without stars, you have no content. And we, as sporting people in this country, sports administrators kill stars, and media don't create stars. Everywhere that sports is big and they are superstars, they are a creation of the media. And they are a creation, they are supported
That's
by...
for next year's panel, or the next panel. I don't even want to go there. No, but it's true.
So, yeah,
It is
true. Yeah.
It is true.
So to answer
You're
your
either
question
the villain
now.
or the hero.
Yeah, so to answer your question now in terms of the kinds of influence I am so proud to see one of our product that is a product in terms of a graduate of our program that didn't know what she wanted to do, but she liked sports when she was doing that degree program. And now she has worked at, she's in the audience now, she has worked at, every one of her job is surrounding sports. She's at Sportsmax now.
Yeah.
And I can talk about the NPL, I said name, the football thing.
Yes.
One of the big
Jamaica
marketers,
Premier League.
JPL. JPL, one of the persons who is responsible for all of the big excitement that you see at the stadium and the Sabina Park in terms of marketing. She just graduated in November.
Avery
So
Campbell.
so the point is
but
that
her father is one of the best music producers. So it's kind of in her blood still. Continue.
But that's not the point. She get training and she know what she's doing.
All right, Dr. Howard.
You see?
Take your credit.
I'll tell you, when we were online, her father was in the class too.
Okay. That's
You
the
see?
other thing.
So we are poised in terms of understanding the creative industries, the technology, and places like UWI through various programs. At Carmack, at the ICS. We are playing our part in trying to. So we're not just talking, we're acting.
We're actually doing it.
And we are seeing a lot of our, the president of the Jamaica Film thing, Saeed Thomas, a ESM graduate.
Okay.
You know, so
we just need to collectively put that thing together, the narrative. Well, you know, we have spoken about peak performance, we've spoken about sports, and Sportsmax, again, will broadcast the Summer Olympic Games live from Paris, July 26 to August 11. 21 years old, they've been in the business, they've changed how sports is consumed in the region, and they're doing it also on the tri-state area through Seeing Caribbean TV. So this has been the discussion about sports and peak performance. I've been your host. I'm happy to have been here. So we had Sharando, Nick, Dennis, and O'Neill. We're going to have a wrap-up session, so we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll wrap up day 2 of the Pivot Peak Performance Summit, live from the University of the West Indies in Mona in Kingston.
caves. Feet underwater with a drone. Okay. Pause on the countdown. All right, so welcome back to the Pivot Peak Performance Summit. This is day 2, the end of day 2, and it was 2 days, so it's officially the end of everything. And I have to say that...
Or the beginning of the future.
Well, the beginning of something new, right?
Yes.
Because we would have learned so much about ourselves and our level where we're at, you know, and whether or not we're actually at our peak performance, or if it is that we're on a journey to get there. There's been so much that transpired through the 2 days, and O'Neill Walters is the head cook and backwasher. So I'm curious as to, first of all, why did you do this summit? Why do you think it was necessary?
Well, to be honest, I have some very huge passions around development, talent development, industry development. I believe, you know, I have a very strong passion for that. So, and I can't leave out Carole Beckford.
Carole's role.
Carole's role. Yes, but yeah, so I've been doing some work in the last 2 to 3 years, but specifically a year ago, I woke up with Pivot and a mission around Pivot. And the mission was really around talent. And the tagline for Pivot is changing the world one talent at a time.
Okay.
So the concept, after starting to network, and I doing some research work last year about partnerships and relationships and B2B, the need to connect with our people, the need to educate, the need to motivate, and add that value to the dynamic of, I think it was very critical for growth. So the inaugural Pivot Peak Performance is pretty much the starting point of many things to come.
Okay, that's awesome. And I would say, based on your why, what we were able to accomplish through the 2 days has been amazing. We started day 1 with our featured keynote, Dr. Dale Caldwell, who is the president of Centenary University. And there are a few things that he spoke about that stood out to me. We spoke about the happiness courses. I mean, that's a thing for me, you know, it's like you can actually learn how to be happy, all right? And people focus so much on identifying their happiness in a thing or in another person, but you're being taught how to be happy within yourself and within the things that you have that you already own. And also anti-fragility, being able to accept criticism. You know, and understanding that criticism is a path for growth, a pathway for growth. And not to be forgotten, adaptability to a shift in cultural environments. I mean, that's just amazing for me. We had a whole panel talking about identity and culture, and I recognize how important it is for us to know who we are, to own who we are, then to hone who we are, right? And then to put that in culture and be able to adapt depending on where we are. Is there anything on the first day that stood out for you?
So I've been around Dale Caldwell maybe a little bit too long, but he's a very inspirational leader. He's a maverick. He doesn't live in boxes. And what it has taught me, and I want to thank him for actually taking the trip here, but his conversation yesterday around the innovative way to grow, identity, you know, for somebody that has achieved so much, I'm sure he's learning every day through the experiences of and not being fragile.
There you go.
So, I want to take the time to thank him for making the trip to Jamaica.
Absolutely.
He's a very busy man.
Absolutely.
To spend the time with us to share that thing. And I also want we also had Dr. Parthanandi, who we unfortunately never get to hear from, but he was here in Living Colors. We did some networking, the fragility of change.
Yes, absolutely.
And stuff. So I want to thank him. And I also want to thank Ronnie Sutherland, who unfortunately never made it to the panel, unforeseen circumstances. But I want to thank him just to say life happens. But yes, so yes, I think Dale's conversation was very inspirational. And it pushes us into the next segment, which was the entrepreneurship, financial performance,
right,
which we had the dynamic Brando, marketing director from JN Fund Managers.
Right.
We had Andre Horton. We had Tasty Blackman, the trade and business expert. And you moderated.
And me.
And you.
Right.
You moderated that panel.
One of my greatest takeaways.
Why was I forgetting you?
Darling, I don't know how you could ever do that. One of my greatest takeaways from that was a conversation around price discovery,
Right.
understanding your value and being able to put a value on yourself. So when you step out into a space to demand
Yes.
what you think your value is,
Your
you
value
have an
proposition,
understanding.
yeah.
But it's also about the market within which you exist.
Yes.
Because you may think you value something, but that market isn't able to meet you
Right.
at that value. So
Yes.
instead of getting stressed out and depressed,
So the
maybe you need to shift where you are.
I'll use this famous saying, yesterday's price is not today's price.
There you go.
So depending on the market space you're in, a barber in the United States, as was said yesterday, gets $30 or $40 or something. I've paid $50 to cut my hair.
Where you go, sir?
I think I was in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
And or somewhere down that
Or
area.
LA, maybe.
Right. And a barber in Jamaica is what? Still 1,500?
Somewhere there.
Somewhere there. Jamaican. A barber in Jamaica to cut your hair is 1,000.
Depends
right?
on where you
Depends
go.
on where you go.
And the relationship
And
you
the
have with
relationship you
them.
have. So, but the point though is that, and I want to say that your value proposition is pretty much a critical part of who you are. It's your identity. Your value proposition, you as a product, and
Right.
how you. So that was an interesting learning.
That was good for me. And some of the other things that we covered this today was the conversation. Well, first of all, we spoke with Chef Noel, who spoke about cuisine and performance, which was
Yes.
very interesting to, again, lock us into that idea of identity, culture, and peak performance, because despite where he is, he maintains his Jamaican identity and infuses the Jamaican culture in everything that
yeah.
he's doing. We spoke about using mindset to prep your body with Keneal,
Yes.
and then he went into his fireside chat
Yes.
with
Erica.
Erica, and we learned more about how we can use our mind, leverage our mind space to manage what
For growth.
happens with
Yeah,
our body.
yeah.
Right. And then there was sports education with Carol and
Carol
Dale, right?
and Dr. Dale Cardwell. And they spoke about something that's very passionate to me, which is the GC Foster College and Centenary relationship,
Right.
which we're expecting huge. And please watch the media. If you're living in the United States of America, you can learn a thing or two about why we run so fast.
Yeah, what is our magic?
And our magic, it's been taught and
Yes.
will be channeled through Centenary University coming from GC Foster.
Right.
And then there'll be some tennis that will be coming this way. That's a bridge.
Got it,
Yeah.
got it. And our final panel, of course, we spoke about amplifying media and you deciding how we can use media, how best we can use media to get the voice out there on whether it's sports or culture or identity, and the role of the filmmaker, the
Yes.
role of government, the role of policies, the role of ecosystems
Yes.
in helping us to
And the
amplify
fact that
our voice.
and the fact that we should allow stars to be stars.
Amen.
And shine.
Amen.
Right?
All right. I think we should. I think that's a good wrap up
It's
for
a
us.
wrap,
We
yeah.
say thanks to our sponsors. We had our media partner was Sportsmax and Scene TV, seen across the Caribbean, and there of course was Pure Country.
Who
And
refreshed us.
they refreshed us
The
quite
fruit
so.
punch was nice. I think they loved that.
Yeah, I think I have a weakness for the pineapple. But yes, that was good. Thank you so much
Right.
for your sponsorship.
Yes.
And
there was creative brands and concept. And you know, Erica runs that company. She's a motivational speaker.
Nice.
John Maxwell. It was great to have her. And then there was Jim, which is
Right.
connected.
And the University of
And
the West
University
Indies,
of the West
of course.
Indies. So I want to thank, and I want to say a special thanks, an extremely special thanks to the University of the West Indies. And even though we're in social sciences, I want to say thanks to Mona School of Business, who literally at the last minute make this happen for us. And great appreciation, excellent facilities. I want to say thanks to every technical person that worked to make this possible.
An awesome team.
Every
Absolutely outstanding
single
team.
one, from the IT person to the sound person. I want to say thanks to the Sportsmax and Scene production crew.
Them are gone, not
I
true?
want to say thanks to the branding. Can't leave out John Mark. He was such an
He was on
excellent, on point personality. And so big up, big up.
All right, this is where we say goodbye for the inaugural staging of the...
I want to say
No, we're
one
not done
last
yet?
thing. No,
Oh,
just
okay.
one last thing, and just to finish. And I want to go back to our speakers. I want to thank all our speakers that took time out of their very busy schedule. Yes, we've seen, and we just saw Dennis, and I'm just recapping, Dennis, Andre Harton, Carole, yourself for being a very excellent host.
Thank you. And yourself for being an excellent speaker.
I don't want to forget, I don't want to get into calling all the names, but I want to thank everybody, our keynotes, our fireside chat panelists, Brando who came here on his birthday yesterday, all of them that make this possible and have given some of their knowledge and shared it. And it's, remember guys, we're on YouTube, Sportsmax YouTube. The content lives on. You can go back and watch what happened yesterday, and you can also go back and recap and watch what happened today. Stay with us.
All right.
To you.
Okay, so that is a full official sign-off from the second day of the inaugural staging of the Pivot Peak Performance Summit. And if we say inaugural, let me not happen again. So stay tuned, stay close, and more to come. And O'Neill, want to say something else again? That's
No,
why
because if I don't thank the KC, we can't go back for the wellness bench.
I'm leaving that one to you.
Well,
all
anyway,
right? I
thanks.
stay out of big people conversation. Thanks again for being a part of this amazing experience. And we do hope that we brought some value to your space, to your life. And again, feel free to subscribe if you've not yet subscribed. And also share the link. And, you know, be good, stay good, take care of yourself. And remember, peak performance looks different for all of us. So don't compare, but exist in your happy place.
Yes.
Take care, walk good.
All right, thank you.